Hey, y'all. Who keeps putting this shit here? Who keeps putting this here? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous now. Silly. This is absolutely silly. Oh, it got big. Oh, God. Brian, I think I have a virus. I think a virus is invading my space.
Oh, no.
I don't get it. Like, I'm getting a virus, most likely. This is a virus. I don't think it's even blocked on my screen. I can't tell exactly what it is, but it's something. What do you guys think? What do you guys think it is? Can you guys just tell me what it is? What do you guys think it is? Because I can't figure out what the hell it is. I don't know what to tell you. Like, MKU, because you wrote it just like that, it has to be said in either an Irish or Scottish accent. Quit teasing my fans! Quit breaking my balls. Anyways, how y'all doing? How are you all doing? My little scrub. Hello. Y'all doing okay? What the hell was that? What was that? No, I actually, like, I only heard. Oh my god. The skibbity bop is barely heard over the big bass booming sound. Oh my goodness, but hi.
Oh, looks like I gotta fix it then. Give me 1 second.
We're gonna practice on draw heads. Nice! Do it! Just gonna watch it without skipping any. It's all good. Goofy Gerbers. Goofy Gerbers. Am I blurry? Probably. I'm a tiny bit blurry. That's because this is an old PNG tuber, but check the quality of your video and make sure it's high up.
I was about to say, yeah, most likely be the quality of the stream. Nom noms are good. But you're stressed? How can I cure you, MKU? What is the prescription that you need for the curage of the stress? For us, we're on day 2 of episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. Which is fitting because his name is Phoenix. So that kind of tracks 100%. Nom Noms like the toy brand? There's a toy brand named Nom Noms? Wait, there's a toy brand named Nom Noms for real? Legit? That's kind of cool. Nom Noms, yep. That's so cool. That's kind of cool. But no, it's food. I have food. That way, there's no stopping the stream until we can get as far as we physically can. There would be no, oh, I'm hungry too. Let's end early. Like, no, we're going as far as we physically can. Wait, do you want me to hit the... You want me to hit the... Bullshit! Ow. I'm sorry, you want me to hit the... Bullshit! Button? This Bullshit! Button? MKU, Bullshit! This button? You still have the Storyteller graphic over it. There you go.
I fix it. I fix it. I mean, what graphic? What graphic are you talking about? You mean the virus? Anyways. This case is long, I pretty much skip it. Valid. It's really long. All good now, time to not on this feast here. What? We do have a Bullshit! Button now. It's great. Chibi Squishy Toys.
to look like food you dip in slime? Huh. Why slime? Why the aesthetic design choice of slime? It's amazing. Dang. I appreciate it. It will be very much a regular in any Ace Attorney stream we got. Nom-noms are names in English Concordance Translator. Slime squishy. Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's fair. Slime squishy. MKU. I get the idea, and usually I do sometimes, depending on how long the stream goes. One, I ain't got the money for that shit. But two, that means I have to cook dinner, I cook the big feast, clean up after the big feast, so that way I'm not leaving a mess behind after I make the big feast. Bring it downstairs, find a way to organize my stuff to have the big feast laid out and not like heavily like thing like that. Because I did it for like when I had the jambalaya. Jambalaya was literally right on the counter right over here. And you just grab it and go. That's why we barely moved. But like, it's not always going to be the case that we'll be able to have the ability to make a big deal. Could you text the family group that was free to whenever? I mean, I can meal prep, but meal prep food is kind of meh depending. And actually, I have a curious question while I'm nomming on food. Have any of you had did meal prep and have like recipes you go to for meal prep? What's your favorite part of the updated video? I haven't touched Dreamlight Valley in like 2 months. I am behind. So, I'm behind on Dreamlight Valley. I need to have some time to get on, but I'm just trying to work really, really hard right now. More pizza when you need it. Nope. Oh. Meal prep's fun. Sometimes. The second I cook something, it's gonna snap. Like, it's going like that. That means the food's good. I get you. That means the food's good. Does buttered toast count? If buttered noodles counts, buttered toast counts too. Mike and Sully? I know! My sister's been telling me about it. My sister's been screaming a bit about Mike and Sully. And also the really cute items that are available in the shop now. And me, I'm just kind of like, I have to catch up on everything! Guess who made most of a budget for a PC his father wants to build but has no idea and has told his son to help him with it? You? Make flautas from scratch once a month. Nice! Very nice. I made this pork yesterday, which I thought was fucking badass. It was great. Barely anyone in my family ate it. I'm so sad.
Okay, how's this sounding?
Skip it up and that up.
There we go. Now I know what the hell you're playing. Something else you're excited for with this? Don't want to jinx it. Not a problem. Good energy. Let's go. Good energy. Building for a CC for my father. That's awesome. Are you posting food in your IG? So I'm like, put food in the stream just so you don't die. That's fair. Well, I mean, I have food now. I'm almost done. Sorry, I'm almost done, I swear. I was supposed to record button. My mother had a rough time in the hospital. I want to get her flowers when I see her next. She doesn't have any suggestions. Lavender. Purple flowers with lavender accents. Because lavender is a calming flower. So lavenders would definitely help. No matter what the situation is. Lavenders are just have that natural calming ability and scent. So go with lavender. You ever tried making french fries? Oh yeah. Have any art tips that can help you improve as an artist? Practice, practice, practice. Even if you're developing a style, if you're learning anatomy, you have to keep drawing. Even if you don't want to, even if you look at something you don't want to draw it, just draw it. Swallow your pride and just draw it. And just give it a shot. Maybe you'll find your style there. Maybe you'll find techniques that work. And do some research. There are quick ways and shortcuts on how to like use certain digital programs, etc., to where like you're not constantly doing Control Z all the time. You can all like make sure that you have the best type of markers and the best type of pens and pencils ready to go. And yeah, just practice. Lavender lilies is a pretty combination. Ooh, that's fun. But lilies might be a little too death. So that's why I go lavender and maybe like a different white flower. What has happened so far? First trial went to shit. So now we're on day 2 of investigation trying to figure out what the hell's going on. After Rise of the Ashes, we can move on to Justice for All, yes. Because yes, Justice for All is the next in the trilogy. Yeah? Yeah. Currently practice sheet with heads because I'm not ready to draw heads. Exactly, do a practice sheet. Too much food made me hungry, but it's too comfortable to get. No, valid, I feel that. Whew. Alright. Whew. Alright. Are y'all ready? The judges in the police's pocket, we learned that, yeah. The Big Daddy Orange Man asserted his dominance over the whole court. Yep. I meant yellow or pinkish lilies, not that. Fair enough point. You sure he's available for today? Wait, who's available for today? What? Who? Let's do this. Let's bullshit some prosecutors. Exactly. We are definitely gonna bullshit some prosecutors. Alright. Let's go ahead and get moving. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Wright & Co. Law.
Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room at the same time. Somehow.
What's this and the evidence room part?
You know, it'd be really funny if it turns out there was like a twin or something.
If he had a twin, I'll be like, oh my lord. Also, it's pretty loud. Oh, yeah, so let me go and turn it up. Just your hair. There we go. I just realized it's just really loud a little bit for a second.
Prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car.
Correct.
Well, that's what we're going to...
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least.
Alright, let's do it!
Glad she's in good spirits. But I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this.
Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go! Science awaits us!
See, here is what I firmly believe happened. Basically, Bruce Goodman? Was fucking around in the, evidence room, got stabbed in the evidence room, but left the scene, either made his way into the back of a van or the back of a car, or like he was planted in the back of a car by whoever attacked him in the evidence room, and he was driven by Edgeworth unknowingly to the prosecutor's office, where he popped out right as the head prosecutor walked by. And that's why it looks so suspicious. Like, why did you stab him in the trunk? Well, he was in the trunk to begin with. So yeah. Did Emma just read his mind? Yes. February 23rd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot.
You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Emma. If both victims in both of these murder cases are the same man, I'm willing to bet that the same person is the victim of both cases. For sure. That means he was stabbed in one place, presumed dead, and then proceeded to be dead in another place. Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room, and no biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. I know. It's circumstantial and probably planted.
That oil drum, was it empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Why are oil drums filled with water even here in the first place? My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never! Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. It's that whole, like, older sister, younger sister complex, where it's just kind of like, if older sister kind of steps away and has that parental figure, it becomes the parental figure, and the little sister's kind of off doing stuff on her own. It's like, I hate when you act like this, but I still love you anyway. So it's one of those things. That's not it at all! It's just... we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. How are you reading Phoenix's mind? Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is... luminol testing fluid! Luminol? Smart. Use that to try and find traces that are undetectable to the human eye. Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water.
Says you.
Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor! I can't even drink yet. What does that have anything to do with applying a scientific cleaning source upon another surface? There is no legality to that.
Yeah, I was saying, there's not like there's a minimum age requirement to use this.
Right. We're testing blood stains on this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Huh. To test for a blood reaction, just spray luminol on it. Like this, see? Press the A button to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Okay, so I'm going to assume somewhere around here. Uh-huh. Okay. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain?
They said ritual of the night.
It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just... this is my first time seeing real blood. It's not even fully there. It's literally just illuminated by luminol. Scientific investigation in action. This is the career you want to get to, sweetie. Are you sure you don't want to turn around and become something else? Okay. Well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this? Scientifically. Yeah, the amount of blood. If it was like a big stabbing murder, you figure there would be splooges of it. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? Okay, sounds great. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah. And this stuff's pretty handy, too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Sky. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah! It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Huh?
No, that's Angel.
I wonder how that fluid of yours will react to a nice deli box.
Probably make it inedible.
Miss Star! You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is in the house. Day-old? Was it at least refrigerated? Like, especially that rice is gonna be hard as a rock. That fish is probably gonna be smelling in that bag of yours. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. I don't think that's the point, Phoenix. Okay, so what are you doing here?
So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star?
Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the cough-up queen.
Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches.
What the fuck? And you were let go. Fired. I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the incident where we found the knife and the evidence that Goodman was working with? That incident? Yeah. SL9. Wait, she doesn't mean... We're not gonna talk about it? You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault.
Oh, we know.
It's like, yeah, bitch, we're not dumb. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry.
Sorry? You lied on the witness stand! That's unforgivable!
Yuru-senai.
Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Isn't that illegal? In America, yeah. In probably Japan, yeah. In Japanifornia? Probably not. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman! I know this photograph has something important to tell us. What? Okay, hold on. Alright, yeah, yeah, so you're full of shit, because we did a look on that. We did a look there. The blood doesn't... Oh wait, was it the photo we were just talking about? Right! My bad. It was a photo we were talking about, not the fucking... Because it looked like the floor plans. It's the same graphic as the floor plans. So I was like...
Not that either.
What do you mean not that either? What do you mean not that either? That's the only other photo we have.
Notice how she brought up SL9?
That's not a photo!
What do you think about this?
The SL9 is... It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know.
Really?
Duh, why else would he be involved? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Can you explain what SL9 is for those in the audience who don't know? Like me? Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Yeah, could you actually talk to us? No? Okay, I'm just chop fucking liver at the... Oh look, a knife! Yep, knife, no, yep, yeah, okay, great, yep, that's the same, it's the same fucking thing, same thing. Can you tell us about the incident, please, ma'am? Like, you can't talk to us about, I hate
Well, there is still a couple of things you gotta present.
Like, this is bullshit.
If you want to get a move on, present the ID.
Wait, what?
Present the ID.
Look, it's Goodman's ID! Well, I forgot to present it properly. It's like, I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the Kava Queen, right? We found this ID card here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. That's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Okay. Now can you talk about— No, of course not. Of course not. Of course you want to be a little bit of a fucking hoe. Could you take a look at this? You! Yes! You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at it. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get a rich flavor like this. Why are you drinking her tea? We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it! So that's the secret to that aroma. Exquisite! The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Okay. Shoe. Look at this shoe. Look at my shoe! Never mind. Okay.
Now you can show the photo.
Now I can show the photo. There's a method and reason and madness to this. This is why Ace Attorney frustrates me.
I was like, considering that you're always jumping like 3 steps ahead.
Fair.
Every time.
Fair.
Because again, like with that one cross-examination, how you were like jumping ahead, and then I told you had to do like these specific statements in order to get something else.
It's all bullshit. I swear to God, this whole thing is all bullshit.
Just do it.
Ugh. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes were the problem, Miss Star! You lying was the problem! Listen, little girl. I had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? Okay, now can you talk about it? Finally! That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, they didn't solve it? On the contrary. It was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes. The criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. Well, what? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence. Of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be...
Gumshoe, I knew it.
Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. So, is he the third boyfriend? As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten, SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us.
Wait! Those lunches you sell!
There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this cursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have? She already confirmed 3! Just when all the detectives on SL9 has disappeared, we find new evidence.
There has to be a connection!
So, Ricky... What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Achoo! Hello! Then you should take this. If it's 3 days old, I don't want it. Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you out if you tempt him with this treat. Receivement excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood.
Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he... Are you his... Are you going out?
Why do you want to know?
I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then.
You like him.
This would be when Officer Marshall was the detective.
But now he's so cold.
Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that.
I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall. Okay. Don't mind me as I...
Nope, I want to examine things more, please and thank you.
Okay. Yeah, he popped out and he was just laying out there. He tried to pop out of this thing. Do I need to investigate anything here?
Nope, we can move on.
Alright, cool, great. We're gonna fuck off. Alright, so we gotta go talk to Marshall. So I'm assuming he's at the police department.
Yep.
Hello! It's even busier here today than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all.
So, the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got on the front desk... Here it is!
Emma with the $2. Ooh, I like her determined woman. I like her determined woman. Can I be her girlfriend? Yes. Only if she consents, though. She's like a kid in an amusement park.
Ooh, a real crime scene! Let's go take a look.
Are we legally allowed to do... Okay. Okay, wait. Guard station? Oh, Lord.
God damn.
What's with the decor in this place? It's very... Texan.
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room.
So beyond that door is the evidence. The scene of the crime?
It sure seems that way. Oh.
What's wrong?
It's those cacti! They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight.
Why would looking at them make you not think straight? You can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. Oh, I get it. She had that taste of cactus juice. Drink cactus juice. It'll quench ya. What I want to know is if there's a guard station, where is the guard?
I have a feeling I know who he is already.
No, it's a complete fucking mystery. It's like trying to find a JoJo character in fucking JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It can be literally anyone.
Also, what the fuck are you gonna have bottles of liquor on like electronic devices like those monitors?
My bigger question is why is there a lasso rope in front of the evidence room?
Oh, look at the floor, a lasso!
Looks like it's set up to trap something.
A trap? Here? Wait, I know! Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed! Yes! A wild bull. A wild bull inside of the fucking police station. He comes from the same zoo of the same horse that went into the hospital. There's a horse in the hospital. There's a bull in the police station. You sure have an active imagination. Okay.
And let's take a look at that door.
The door. That one.
The evidence room is beyond that door.
Let's just walk in. Let's not just walk in.
Now with that attitude.
It won't open. I guess we did have the correct attitude.
Now with that attitude.
You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone permission to go in there first.
Do we do like a mating call of some kind to get the Texan boy out here? Brian,
Cuckoo.
yeah, Brian, you're Texan. You call him.
Okay,
This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon.
well, look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way.
Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it's more of a yar.
I'd say it was more of a yar myself.
Okay. Are we trying to seduce the Texan?
I'm not trying to seduce the Texan.
Now I'm just imagining like the fucking Tom and Jerry scream with that cactus.
It's like, yo! Okay. Do we see the monitors from here? Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here.
There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check who went in and out of here. That would be a good idea if we were able to. Right now. But I guess not. Why is all this liquor here? Why are you using this to hang shit?
Alright. Maybe they're inside. Maybe they're outside or inside or something like that. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always.
Please! Huh? Wasn't that...
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Gumshoe!
Now's the time for chit chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh no, we're gonna have to make a choice here, aren't we?
Oh, you mean one of these?
Emma!
Actually, it's not for sale.
Oh no, Emma.
This is why you don't say shit. Now we have the big guy here with puppy dog eyes. And while I can resist minorly to puppy dog eyes, I have a pansexual husband who literally goes aw the minute it happens.
Great. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now's no time for despair. We caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence.
Who's your criminal? The criminal, you mean...
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal?
Was it Marshall? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department?
And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
Is it Jake Marshall? But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal. All I know is I need me a steak lunch, pronto.
It has to be Jake Marshall, because if he either wants it for himself, or he's doing it to bribe Jake Marshall.
Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly.
Never mind, he's hungry.
Wait, don't leave!
Emma!
If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
He ran off to the evidence room.
Well, this investigation is off to a running start. No, hold on, wait.
Yeah, go back to the gas station real quick and
Wait.
spray luminol on the cactus.
Oh shit, I can do that? I forgot that I have luminol. What the fuck? It's a new fucking mechanic. Okay, so. Toot. Toot. Toot, 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 toot. Wow, we got a reaction! Why is there blood at the tip of a cactus? Because here's the thing, ladies, gents, and nons. If this cactus was used as a bashing weapon, it would be on the side of the cactus. Why does it look like it was attempting to penetrate something? Luminol only detects blood, right? No other liquid sources?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I had to confirm. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something. And planted their head right on these spines! I think that might be more painful than being murdered. I would agree. I'm mildly curious before I put the luminol away. Okay. Alright. I'm sorry! Yes, my brain goes there! What are y'all gonna do? Stop me? What are y'all gonna do? Buck my head? Okay.
I was gonna say we had to go to the office and then the detention center.
Got it. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder at the detective down in the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, makes my head hurt. Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead. Sit down investigating. Really? A dead pun? While we're investigating a moita? Really? A fucking tig? Really? Really? Oh my lord. But don't mess up or we could wind up dead! I doubt anyone wants more mysteries than dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Okay, don't mind us. Oh, we're just gonna...
That works too.
Okay, whatever. Hello? Jake Marshall, are you in there? Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to get too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Ah, my brain! What was that?
Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, the perpetrator.
Oh, how fucking dare you? That's so cool.
I was the perpetrator against sir. That's what I'd say.
Meeks! Officer Meekins!
Oh, hi. Greetings, sir.
Wait, I know who you are.
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edward anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir.
Officer Meekins! So you're a guard here at the detention center? Why did you get arrested? There's no way! I would be... Okay, is it one of those, like, we have to question the shit out of him and then he turns into, like, this really dark, creepy figure in the fucking, like, on the stand and we suddenly see the 180 that he could be the murderer?
Who knows?
Oh, Lord.
No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a lost little patrolman, like a lost little lamb, sir.
Little Bo Peep lost her sheep, apparently? Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report?
No, sir. How should I say this?
Wait. He isn't. Is he? You, Officer Meekins. You didn't. Did you? Yeah!
Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir.
What? No, this is an unexpected turn of events. Okay. First and foremost, what happened on the day of the crime? Could you give me just a little tiny bit of it?
Is Ryan's sound effect hurting your ears, guys? Straight up. It's kind of peeking on my end, just like a hair, but it might just be because of Discord's connection. So who knows? We don't know. But yeah, is he a fall guy? Is this guy gonna be the fall guy? Not really? Okay, no.
I think it's more of the feedback of him turning on the megaphone. It's what's hurting
okay,
the
cool.
ears.
Okay, then it's fine. So what happened?
Sir, I'm patrolling the general affairs, sir. Sir!
Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins.
I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir.
So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That would be Officer Jake Marshall.
That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall.
Yep, and he was missing on the scene. Marshall.
Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir!
Wait!
Ow.
What the heck is this guy doing? He's so helpless he wouldn't hurt a fly, and yet at the same time,
I feel like that's going to be the gotcha right there.
yeah, that's the gotcha. You look at him, he's like, oh, this guy would literally say hello to an annoying fly, and then you turn around, he's 180ing like full face up in the camera, like that whole like fisheye lens sort of evil glare into the camera. So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out.
Did you get hit in the head?
And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center.
How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir.
Is that part of your sleeve or something? A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Scott. Huh. Opposite hands. Okay. Do not tell me Meekins is actually what I'm suspecting. He's gonna be the 180 turnaround, fisheye lens, deadpan in the camera. I am the murderer.
Does this feel like this is what's gonna happen?
If I don't want it to be that, but still. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Well, yeah, the hand first, then we're gonna talk about the victim, okay? About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Ah!
See, sir.
Don't you think you should just confess? Ah!
But sir, but there's nothing I can do.
Nothing you could do?
Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened. When the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir.
When the detective pointed that knife at you?
And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious.
The next thing you knew, you were... Hold on. Rewind! Hold it! Why are we skipping past the part that the detective threw a knife at you? Why are we skipping past that? We should not be skipping past that. Why are we skipping past that? Hello? Good morning.
Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because
Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir.
Oh, the shock. Oh, sorry, sir. Can you imagine how I felt?
The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Again, why are we skipping over the fact that a detective pulled a knife on him? Why are we skipping over this fact? Hello? Am I dumb? Am I asking the wrong questions right now? Okay, I guess we're I guess just ignore the fact that Goodman had a knife. Exactly. Hold the fuck. I was like, hold it. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right?
Please don't look at me with those sides up behind there, sir. You have to label me as a perpetrator victim, sir.
They label me victim.
You didn't hurt your hand that time you slapped your hand. I would, but if you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that.
Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that.
Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Wait a minute, was Detective Goodman the one he says that pulled the knife on him? Goodman was holding a knife, which was probably the evidence piece knife that he was technically from SL9. So that kind of tracks. Sorry, I had to think about them like, wait, is the Detective Goodman the one who pulled the knife? And if he's the one who pulled the knife, he was already in possession of potentially a knife. Because that was the thing that was stuffed into the muffler, right? So if Detective Goodman had the connection with the muffler, maybe that's the knife he pulled? Because there was a knife in Edward's car, so we can't count that knife. But there was an evidence knife that he took out.
Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger...
Then I say he is heavy on the total stranger side.
So you didn't know it.
Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts.
What, do you live in the basement of the police department?
Sir, yes, sir. I don't know any detectives.
So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None.
Wait, so you did get a knife and you stabbed him? But you didn't... This is more proving my theory that this was an attack, and the detective was bleeding out. He crawled into Edward's car, or he was stuffed into Edward's car, and then he died in Edward's car, getting out in front of the head prosecutor.
Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir.
At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Okay, now let's talk about this for a minute. Okay. Obviously, you have nothing to do with Edward's knife. Okay, hold on. Is this the guy, like, legitimately the one you saw? Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey! That's it, sir. That's it.
That's it.
That's what?
My hand was a blanket at this very moment. But sir, now I remember. I remember, sir.
Did you actually kill him? Did you actually attack him? Like, was he bleeding? Was he getting attacked? You mean you remember what happened?
Correct. That card wasn't cause of it all.
This ID card?
Exactly, sir. That's exactly it.
Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing.
I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Yeah, actually, let's talk about that real quick. The details. Give me details. Why is this card so significant? Is it the way to get into the evidence room? Can you tell me what it is you do remember?
Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman. A little lost lamb, if you will.
Again, little Bo Peep lost her sheep.
I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman who was in the evidence room.
Okay. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious.
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far.
That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
So you asked the Detective Goodman to show his ID card. Well, what did he do?
That's him. Sir, he pointed a knife at me.
What?
Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped.
Whooped? So I whooped. Whoop. I whooped at him like a gazelle.
Shut up.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him.
Do you want to others before they do it to you?
My own father's words, sir.
Can we get the microphone away from Beacons? It makes Beacons go deaf, right? This is the first time I'm watching live. I wanted to let you know these. I'm Thank you so much. That's flattering. Thank you so much. I'm glad I can inspire you. That's what I want to do for the rest of my life, is to inspire people. What happened then?
Well, when I asked her, everything went white. When I woke, I was here.
Right. Okay, did they clearly give you reason for arrest? Like, did they say you're the one who did it, or like they're holding you for the reason of it? So, Officer Meekins, why is it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim, who he met in the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim really was the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That is it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines.
A little bit of a dancing away from it, but it's fine. We're whooping our way through it. Huh? But you still ended up here?
They told me it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said.
Uh-huh. But you don't remember the events clearly?
No, but the videotape is quite clear.
Videotape? Videotape?
From the security camera.
The crime, my crime. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape.
Sorry. I love the sounds. Turn it down here. And you waited until now to tell us this?
I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it.
No, thanks. I have my own. Well, I guess we better go check out the crime scene. All right,
Speaking of which, check out my sweet attorney badge.
yeah, see, look at my badge. Officer Meekins, have a look at this.
Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir.
Well, huh?
I know what you want to say. You're gonna tell me how she has one just like it.
Huh? Me? Why would I?
I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges.
What? You think we're back in the 1960s where we wear pins if we were going steady? What the hell?
No, her. I'm alone. I'm alone.
Is that so wrong? That's one of my high school sweethearts and recent romance, sir.
Okay, one, she's 17. That would make Phoenix not available. It's like, and two, Phoenix's this badge is not a going steady pin. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I'd like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. Okay. And when he pulled up his speaker that time, it didn't hurt anyone, right? I thought it was a girl with a badge. I thought he said he was a girl with a badge. Nope. Okay, good. Okay. That's the one thing I wanted to make sure. Let me go ahead and just make this just a hair. Okay, good. Good. All right. All right. So we gotta go to the evidence room. All right. Oh God, who's interrupting me now?
Oh, actually, we had to come here first.
Hey, Mr. Wright! Look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives' desk! It's Police Chief Gant.
And you're sure this is all, hmm? You know what that means if there's anything missing.
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, toilets, under seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine.
I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal?
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir.
The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered.
Ha ha ha! Righto, my boy! How you been? Swim much?
Ho, ho, ho! Chief Gant! Reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
I don't want to talk to you on the pure basis that church music started playing when you walked in the room, and you have a cross across your chest, which makes me very suspicious of you. As a Christian myself, that's never a good sign when I hear it in video games. It's barely ever a good sign when I hear it in video games. You want to talk about the thing in the evidence room?
It's downright hot, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean.
There being the prosecutors, I'm assuming?
Scientifically speaking, that's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
No, righto. I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive. And I can't talk about it.
I wasn't expecting much.
You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut.
Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier.
Huh? You saw that? Whoops.
I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do.
Well, let's see if we can find some kind of way of discreetly asking him.
You really want me to test that water?
Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, worthy! Oh, you know. They're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep. Well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sitting in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, righto? On Karma. Legend he was undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence.
Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
Okay. How to discreetly ask him about the thing that he was bugging the chief of detectives about? Can't give him that.
You gotta examine the chief of detectives.
Oh, I gotta actually examine the guy? Oh, cool.
Ooh, sorry you had to see that.
What exactly did the chief of police want you to do?
Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. I took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can.
So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it.
Really now?
It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February...
The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Handwritten note dated 2/21. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Alright, hold on. Hold on, I'm doing a thing. Let me do a thing. Let me do the thing. No signage. But isn't his ID 58? Why would you write 9? If you know your own security number, why would you write 9 and then scribble it out? Was someone trying to forge a lost item report? Huh. I smell a scandal here. I smell a big scandal. I smell a very, very big scandal.
But first, I gotta talk to Gant.
God damn it, I don't want to talk to Orange Man. Hi.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Righto asked me for help.
I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Don't look at me like that.
Now, Righto.
Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all.
Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man?
Huh?
Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
It just goes to show you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Huh? Hey! This is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir! It's an honor!
You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks.
I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, man.
It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think of real ID!
Yeah, no, Gant, I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I don't trust him as far as I can throw the man. No, absolutely not. No way. Ain't no way, no how.
You seem happy.
Yes, sir! Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir!
I think this place is about influence of the girl. Yeah, let's go fuck off. Alright, so... Alright. Marshall, are you back? No? Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead. The evidence room is beyond that door.
And we have the ID card from Chief Gant! Let's just walk in!
Let's not... Watch your feet!
It won't open.
Ah, the card reader's turned off, see? The card reader's turned off?
What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, well. What's made my Bambina sky so gray?
I thought I smelled Texas barbecue.
You see him like looking at his finger like.
Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him?
What's that? Why does it have to be him? Look for. As you may have surmised, this here is my saloon.
This is not a saloon. This is an actual establishment in terms of guarding its evidence room.
This here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
That's full of shit.
Yeehaw!
Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting.
The fact that you literally said, "Get along, little dog." It's like, serious. Don't you still Texas barbecue? He's a little brain. Hey! That's Texas tacos, thank you very much. And those are more delicious, in my opinion. Moving on! Looks like the card reader's on again. Wait. You have control of the card reader and its power? You have control of this? While we're here, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions.
Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombre.
What, are you a racist? You're busy then?
Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. So how's your job here?
I was wondering if we could talk to you.
Sorry, Bambina. But I'm off to roam the lands, like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his 6-shooter, I say a little prayer.
forever and ever. You'll stay in my heart and I will hold you together forever. It's how it's supposed to be to live without you. Would only be heartbreak for me. What the fuck came out of your mouth, sir?
That wasn't his mouth.
What was that all about, Mr. Wright?
I think he was just too hungry to talk.
If only we had something in our inventory that we could give him.
You're just saying that because his stomach was growling.
You have
no idea what he was talking about either.
Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation. Pronto.
Well, okay, buddy, pal, friend, buddy,
I got me here some cattle cooked fresh and medium rare.
That smell. Reminds me of Texas.
Salisbury steak reminds you of Texas?
so, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this for my baby?
Yeah, Miss Star.
Well, what's this?
What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see.
I wonder what this means.
Steak lunch was given to Officer Marshall.
All right, Bambina, you win. Hey, smack.
Finally, it seems like.
He's willing to talk.
So I'm assuming that lunch is probably like a he's good, go ahead and talk to him sort of a deal.
Yeah.
Alright, now,
How's your job? Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
actually Officer Meekins at the detention center told us.
And that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I kept getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly.
He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know?
That would make sense.
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
Yes, because he has a horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow.
I would love to see a CG of him literally on a horse on the highway.
These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
So, Brian, what's it like doing every bad Texas stereotype? You mean with Marshall?
Fuck you talking about, partner?
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take the machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak. Hey, that's good shit. Fuck off.
Right, for real. Like that stewed broccoli's great.
Though I prefer mine boiled.
Steamed, in my opinion.
I'm just curious, like, why you always like skip ahead with these options.
What do you mean skip ahead? I didn't skip anything.
No, how you picked the third option instead of the second one?
Because we're in the same conversation. It's the same line of conversation. It's natural.
I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambino, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks.
Cauliflower now. What?
The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones Officer Meekins mentioned.
Even though that happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
Oh, so it was like an empty room for a few hours and they'll just erase the empty room.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, aren't they on one of those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon?
one more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
That's the card reader by the door. You're good.
Fuck.
You're good.
The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through.
Okay. So this is the ID card record. So that was Goodman in there. Who followed him after? Hey!
Hey, I've seen that somewhere before!
Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that.
And that's fine, just let me see what you've already shown me.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now! I've seen that number before!
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Now hold on! Yeah, I saw that one, but there was another one that it came up twice in the same hour. So, well, first, Marshall, how are you doing, partner?
Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
And that was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? I've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
Is it too much of a wound since you're so close to it right now, or do you just not want to tell us to get us involved?
There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina.
If she walked out of the room, would you be able to tell, right?
Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago. The day of our case.
That's right. The evidence transfers.
Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. So SL9 was transferred into that's the end of its jurisdiction. I'm sorry, can you explain this whole transferal thing that's about?
We keep all the evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault of the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
And what happened to SL9 2 days ago? Okay. If I show you this, will you tell me anything? I doubt it, but I'm going to ask anyway.
The sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
This is neither wild nor west here.
Ah, but that and this are 2 different things entirely.
I guess so. Huh? I'm lost.
Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Okay. So you mean this evidence? Oh, wait, okay. Hold on, wait. Wait, the half-written note. Oh. Okay, yeah, the half-written note. Hold on, straight up. JK. Okay, never mind. Okay, cool. Alright, I think we'll just have to go into the room.
Nope.
Oh, we do have to present something.
Yes.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground. The one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 5842189.
Officer Marshall, show us that ID card report again. Look, the 4th number
it's a perfect match. I'm more concerned with the two numbers that are literally sandwiching that number together.
Yeah, right?
Also, 777777777. Seriously? On 420, no less.
Either that's just a throwaway number or that's the Chief's number.
Whose number is 4989596? Meekin
sure.
said he entered in. So it might be Meekin's. But why was he there previously?
No, because remember, when he went in, Goodman was already in the room.
But you can't enter the room without an ID card. That's the only way to open the door, is the ID card.
I mean, Goodman had to have his ID on him, didn't he?
And yet he didn't pull it out. That's very fucking weird. Huh. This was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekin say?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's me. So he put it away for me.
If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
I'm willing to bet he was flashing the evidence knife and was confused as an actual weapon.
Or
Or
my theory is that this isn't Detective Goodman.
then why would the card show up at the prosecutor's office so far away from the car if we are of the assumption that Goodman was stabbed and left to die inside of Edgeworth's car?
When was the body found again? Yeah, that shows the time of death. But if it takes 30 minutes to get from the police department to that parking lot,
And he was found around 5. Huh.
yeah, that's what's throwing me off.
Huh. Interesting. And a body hasn't been found here.
Well, no, they did say that somebody was murdered in the evidence room.
But there's no body.
Yeah, that's also a good point.
It's one thing to say a murder happened, it's another to say there's a murder with no body. Did a if a tree falls in the wood, doesn't make it sound. It is, if a murder happens and there's no body, did a murder actually occur? You might be right.
Yeah, I'm willing to hold on to that theory, but let's keep going.
Yeah, I'm like, because maybe you are right, but why Meekins though?
I also have a theory about that as well.
What, you're thinking that he's also the whole fisheye lens 180, I'm actually the killer sort of deal?
Because remember what Angel said? That the people that were taken off or that were dealt with after the case were demoted or fired?
Yes. Goodman wasn't he, though? Goodman remained.
And notice how we're dealing with Officer Meekins?
Are you assuming that Meekins used to be a detective?
I'm willing to bet so.
That'd be a swing. Okay.
I mean, with how crazy this shit gets in Ace Attorney, it would not surprise me.
So are we insinuating then that Goodman actually cooperated with the prosecutors or whoever were making false evidences, and that's why he kept his job as a detective? So it's the detectives all kind of clamoring together as a revenge plot? And Detective Goodman was kind of the victim and key to the revenge plot?
It's possible. I think that's one way to look at it.
That could be quite an interesting theory. Huh. He's just so innocent he would be gaslighted to think he killed someone. Fair. Meekin's never met a detective before. Are we assuming he's telling the truth? Are we assuming that Meekins is telling the truth? That's the thing.
It was like how clumsy he. Oh, I also noticed that his hand is fine in this flashback. Well, anyway.
Anyways.
All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
Thank you. ID card record added to the court record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs. There's one in particular I want to know of.
Was there anything else written on that record? Or like, was there more to that list? Okay, never mind.
So we're going to be entering in whose is who. Whose ID is who. Because that was blank before.
Yeah, I was about to say, interesting that, like, I mean, it's weird that only Goodman's name is on there. And I don't think we put the name on there.
No, we did. That way, because I'm assuming that the game is automatically entering in these names once we figure out identities. So I'm willing to bet if we go to Meekins and be like, hey, what's your ID card number? And if he is 498, then it'll enter it as Meekins. So, yeah.
But this only applies, like, this record is only just going in, right? Not going out?
Yeah, correct. It's going in. I'm assuming you can go out whenever you want, but to go in, you need a card. Well, we won't know until we actually enter into the evidence office.
Yeah.
And another thing. Yeah, it's Gant's ID I want. Like, what's Gant's ID number? But regardless. Alright. Alright, cool. We're gonna go fuck off.
It's quiet. The investigation must be over.
So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me?
Not trying to— Hey! Gumshoe! I thought I smelt 10 brain cells.
Oops.
Did the motherfucker just punch me?
More like she slapped him.
He only has 10 brain cells. You slapping him puts the risk that one of them goes out. Emma! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost!
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal.
Buddy, are your 10 brain cells okay? Are your 10 brain cells okay?
Ah, Phoenix, do you how do? So, is it true what I heard?
Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the rooms of your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So, sorry.
Please let this be him asking if he could borrow $50.
If you ask to borrow $50, I'm taking away the brain cell. I'm taking away brain cell. You're going back to single digits.
So, Chief of Police Gant. Will not anyone $50? Even me?
That's it. Give me your brain cell. That's it. You don't deserve. Give me your brain cell. You're back to 9. You're back to single digits.
Oh, so that's what you were talking about?
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Oh shit! Let's go, Gumshoe.
just for today.
Boss for a day.
Well, guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks. Okay, but who wouldn't want $50? Why so small? Go for 500. Why so small? Go for 500.
Yeah, besides, like, in this economy nowadays, $50 is the new $20.
$50 will get you a Happy Meal.
One Happy Meal.
A singular Happy Meal. And it's the 4-nugget one, not the 6-nugget one.
No, what am I saying? $50 is what you get you like one burger from Wendy's nowadays.
With its price gouging.
No, $20 is not $20 nowadays.
You're right. $20 is like 100. You go for it.
Say that again.
$20 is like $100. I mean, like, it's like it costs $100 to buy something that used to be $20.
Yeah, okay. That makes more sense now.
Sorry, my bad.
First of all, you'll want to have this.
Oh. Evidence from floor plans. Thank you. All right, hold on. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Gumshoe, this is a map. This tells me nothing. This is a map. How does it feel to be boss for a day? So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. And after all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
You know, at least like you're spreading the force out as needed. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again.
I'm adamant, though.
Okay.
I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open? Hold on, wait, evidence lockers?
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card?
Oh, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why? I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
You dumbass! That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right. Even I can't lose my own right hand.
Fingerprints. Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with the fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own.
Who's the cutie officer in your locker, Gumshoe? Funny, they look like the normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor. And if the wrong person touches it,
Zap, you get a shock!
and that's what happened. My hand will be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Fair enough. Good to know. Okay, so if Gumshoe... Wait.
Can we examine that locker if it's open?
Hold on. Pause before we do that. Right hand? A person's right hand? Or is it left hand?
I don't know if it was specified because Gumshoe only said his fingerprints.
Only Prince can...
Yeah, notice how it says prints. It doesn't say specifically which one.
Okay. Okay, Edgy Boy.
I always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is the one with the inquiry committee now, right?
They're trying to figure out who is responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
I thought DL6 was, but okay. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Alright, later... I have a request for my husband.
Oh.
What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but that's definitely a handprint there. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright! Are there other blood stains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Andrew, with the $5, honestly, I'm glad I could catch the stream. It helps me during my shift. Don't worry, I'm not skipping work. Hope you're enjoying the case. Thank you so much. I'm curious. This case is interesting. It's interesting. But first, let's go ahead and do a little spritz real quick. I use this motherfucker. Use.
That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood.
Yes, sir. It's pale blue blood.
Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien?
You solved it right. It's a good thing I took away your brain cell, my dude.
This proves what
Okay.
happens. Something really happened in front of the locker.
I thought you were about to like take another one, just like go behind him and.
No. He's proven good so far. He'll stay in single digits. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans.
Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked.
I thought the brain cells were creating synapses inside your head. I thought wrong. All right.
I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What?
What's the matter, detective?
This is locker. It's mine.
It's yours?
Please, you have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm or fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
Sure, in exchange for 2 more of your brain cells. This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans.
I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
Really? You would know, Gumshoe?
What? But you're a detective.
All right, let's see. Paint. Okay. I see paint cans. Okay. Anything here? No? With pencils? Okay. With hacksaw? I can't reach the hacksaw, so never mind. Just in case. Marksman. Ooh, hello.
Why am I getting a reaction here?
There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This might be something significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What, this?
What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too.
This place called the Amazoon.
No, it's Amazon.
Tamazon, right.
I'll just borrow $50 from the chief.
Okay, sure. Ooh, where do you get this?
I always buy it in by mail order.
Well, I'd better jot this down right on the floor plans. Interesting. Whose locker is this? Alright, move. Whose locker is this? Something's sticking out.
Looks like a shirt. It must have been evidence in some case.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here.
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slob.
We know it's not your locker, but whose locker is it?
I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That's it. I bet that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too.
I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt after that trench coat either.
If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
What, you were listening? Whose locker is this? Gonna have to figure that out later. Okay, so. Oh, there's blood?
It's a little worn, but it's definitely a handprint here.
So this one wipe out. Yep, yeah. Oh, we can't have you open up your locker, Gumshoe? Fine, fuck it.
Look, this one's open! And the red indicator light above the door is lit!
The locker's coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker.
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents out elsewhere. Okay, what's on the floor here?
Someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan.
I mean, big guy, you are literally about to ask the chief of police for $50 just to get yourself a steak lunch or some luminol. My dude.
That's apparently from the case.
That case?
The SO9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence. Fuck it. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before it was broke.
You want to try and put it back together?
Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had given up.
Dude, you were working on maybe like 3 of your 9 brain cells?
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Okay. Puzzle time. Alright, good to know. So... Okay, so that's not it. So it's... Oh, okay, sorry, I was looking at the wrong side. That could... No. Oh, I can rotate it. Right, sorry, my bad. Look, I can actually rotate. Okay. Ah! Perfect, okay. There you go. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now that I actually kind of figure out how to rotate things. So. No. Okay. Cool. Okay. This is a top piece. This is also a top piece. This is also a top piece. A side piece, perhaps? It's a vase. Why is there a vase here? Nope. Is it a vase?
Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2... Sorry, words. I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen?
I bet they were missing to begin with.
Still. It doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken.
A simple jar was added. A piece back together from fragments found in the crime. A piece is missing. Yeah, it looks like it... Would this be the thing that smashed Meekin's head in?
Possibly.
Also, who leaves a glove here?
Someone left a glove here, but only one.
But it's an SL9 glove. The detective gumshoe, baby?
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective.
I mean...
Keep the gumshoe feet.
Yeah.
That's evidence from the case, you know.
You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Alright, so... I can still observe this? It makes a jar.
There are 2 things that bother me. 1, why are some of the pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem like a little unstable? No wonder it broke.
I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Interesting. Okay, no? What's
There's
this?
one thing you skipped.
Hold on.
What is Saw and Paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
Where is this coming from?
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger.
Well, you might say this is my studio.
You son of a bitch! Here? In the evidence room? You fucking goof ass. Okay.
Why are you so lookable? This is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams.
I'm not sure about the dreams.
You won't open.
Did you really think it would?
Hey, pal. Our security is high tech around here.
Why are you able to... You attempted to open it with... You didn't get zapped?
Okay.
Or maybe he just knows that that'll zap you, and so he's not that stupid enough to attempt it.
What is this? Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here.
What's that sorry-looking fishy pole that is?
Ah, that's my personal pole.
You're kidding.
I never did get around to using it.
Wait, I've seen that somewhere before.
Right, pal. That's that metal detector. The one that lets us the solving of that case out in Gourd Lake, remember?
Oh, right. How that feels like ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that's a bug sweeper.
Bug sweeper? So wait. I'm assuming it's like electromagnetic where it would sense certain tech of bug, like electronic bugs.
Probably. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap looking bugs?
Foreshadowing?
Wait, what?
Foreshadowing? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart.
How? With a scalpel or with a big saw? Alright, what am I missing? Because I'm gonna attack the gumshoe next. But am I missing anything before I turn up to look at things?
Well, I was saying, you gotta show something to Gumshoe.
Okay, so I was gonna talk to Gumshoe. I'm not done yet. Alright, so hey, Gumshoe, listen, buddy. Also, I probably should check this. The tax says SL911, so this is the 11th piece of evidence. I guess this is another piece of evidence in that case.
You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing.
Huh? Well, what's so confusing about that?
Don't you know? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag.
Bag? Is that a word?
Do you challenge me?
What, are we playing a word game now? Okay. Can't see inside. And this is potentially a left hand? No, this is a right hand. Okay. This is a right hand glove. Alright. Gumshoe! Look at my badge!
Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing.
That's fine.
You bet it's fine, pal.
Oh wait, your ID. What is it? Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here the day of the stabbing.
I heard the rumors. So, it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa!
Well, what is it?
That second number.
It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth. What?
Huh?
What?
Huh? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
ID number updated. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? When? Hold on. Straight. Hold on. He came...
Okay, so
oh,
this
wait, no, he was here. He was here because he was getting his stupid reward. He was getting that dumbass reward. That's why he has the ability to be here.
Why would he be in the evidence room?
Yeah, why was he in the evidence room? Miles, why were you here?
Just still one more thing to present.
Okay. Not a problem. How does your, generally, how do these rewards go? Oh. Okay, cool. Not a problem.
I think we already showed this.
Oh, did we?
Oh.
Oh, yeah, right. Yep. It's all good. Alright,
Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife.
Okay, yeah. I think this is another thing with SL9.
I bet Edward was the most surprised of anyone.
Because of the SL9 connection?
That was Mr. Edward's first big case, 2 years ago.
Oh, shit! Really?
And that was the first time the world knew Edward was the man to be feared.
But why would evidence from that case turn up now?
I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left on that case.
Indeed. Speaking of which, you want to talk to me about it?
Now that was a bloody violent case.
Violence? So it was murder?
A serial killing.
Probably because S, serial, so... Okay. Serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
But the killer made a mistake. And Mr. Edward built this case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edward right in the spotlight. And started the rumor mill.
Rumors about forged evidence?
We're supposed to be all cleaned up on the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Really? Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
Uh-huh. So the switchblade knife... The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself?
Hey, pal, look at the time.
Was there something you need to be going to?
It's just that Mr. Edwards' inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day.
That is a restaurant brochure. Play bien.
Wait, where do you read that?
At the bottom.
Oh, yeah. It might help,
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edwards we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this.
Oh, you sly little shit.
Also, stop talking about eating paint, you weirdos.
I forgot that Gumshoe literally works directly with Edgeworth. This flyer says no problems on the back. Edgeworth has him looking at something.
Ah.
That's why he's here. There'd be no reason for Gumshoe with 9 brain cells to be here on his own. So he's doing this for Edgeworth, and that flyer is a hidden message. Clever little shit.
I believe in him.
Okay, Gumshoe, you can have your brain cell back. That way the Gumshoe fans don't yell at me for taking you away from double digits. You can have your 10. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Later.
Clever. I should probably see Edgeworth, what Edgeworth has to say, too. It's very smart. But again, there's so many questions, right? Like, for example... Oh, nope. Like, for example, whose locker is this with the big little white cloth on the back here? We have multiple... Okay. If I look at my hands, it is the right hand that's bloody. We only know of one person who has a bloody right hand, which is the prosecutor. Because Meekins has a bloody left hand. This, however, taking a look at this as well, this looks like... This is a left hand.
A left hand.
Yeah, this is a left hand. So, okay, so now we know that. But this is clearly a right hand. And then, when we did the luminal here, if I could... That's also looking like a right hand. Yeah, so... Interesting. Okay. Okay. Do I need to talk to you? No.
No, we gotta go to the high prosecutor's office.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go fuck off. We're gonna go fuck off. Edgeworth? Edgeworth! What are you doing here?
Ah, yes. My apologies.
Oh, it's you.
Have we met somewhere?
You don't remember my gruely ass face? Huh?
No, I have no idea who you are. Mr. Edgeworth, I beg you leave. So long.
Is Edgeworth here?
There, standing near the window, a teacup in his hand.
Where? I was gonna say, like, he was not in the fucking room until now.
Right?
Exactly.
He has the hotel bring him tea service.
All the way out here?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you.
I'm glad you were able to read my mind, Edgeworth.
Oh. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here.
Bullshit. You're looking for the message in the back of it.
I think he was trying to console me somehow.
You're full of shit. The real info is on the other side. No, Edgeworth is hiding it from you too, Phoenix.
Or Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
Okay, fuckwit. We need to have a conversation. First of all, how was the committee? So, how did the inquiry committee go?
Oh, okay.
What?
So apparently the restaurant itself will play much later in the series.
Okay, good to know.
Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
That is true.
Concealing evidence?
Yes. Apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again.
I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago.
Are you okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However,
Something happened.
they gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant.
Huh.
I could do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you? Why? All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still.
Wow, I've never seen this out of sorts. So, buddy, pal, friend, goofass, why were you in the evidence room? Oh, right, I better check this out.
As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage.
And if you shred it up in front of me, I'm kicking you in the teeth. Edgeworth, you went to the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less.
Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
This orange motherfucker is setting up. This orange motherfucker is setting everything up.
But yeah, for those that are saying in chat, the restaurant that was in the flyer will be a setting in the third game.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just like, huh. This Gant motherfucker, I hate him. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's just reeking of sus.
The chief of police?
A screwdriver? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed.
The chief is never one to explain himself.
This is... The screwdriver is a nothing burger. I'm willing to bet the screwdriver is a nothing burger, and he just needed evidence that Edgeworth was in the evidence room.
Yeah, because this is from a different case. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here.
ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Then what's the problem saying what it is? Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make note of it. Unrelated evidence, screwdriver adds. I'm willing to bet either like an arson incident, an accidental incident, something with an A. So what crimes can start with A? Arson, accident. Who knows?
Stubborn as always. I told you there's nothing to do with the current case.
What are you, my mom? Exactly. What are you, my mom? Do you know how the evidence lockers work?
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea?
I mean, it would be a nice idea. Assault. Yeah, assault would be another one. I'll pass on the name. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edward just told you no in a very polite manner. You're really gonna side with him right now? While your sister's life is on the line? Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Oh, you mean like this unstable jar? Okay. Okay. The rubber glove. No. Okay. This. No. Okay. No. Okay. Oh shit.
Thanks.
I didn't know. There's no way to do a log, is there?
I don't think so. Check.
No. There's no way to go back to a log. Nope. That's save a load game. Nope. That's reading the controller. Damn it. It's fine. I thought he was gonna say the exact same thing because he had that look of just like, yeah, fucking hell, god damn it. I know you're involved in this case, and you have some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. I'm assuming context clues.
You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later.
He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about this case? Tell me the truth. Okay. Right! So everyone, yeah, I forgot. SL9, everyone thought everything was forged. Or at least the detective thinks that everything was forged.
The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant.
That wacky Oku was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then.
He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why a deputy chief of police is on the investigation.
In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't...
Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science?
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminal testing fluid, hmm? Well then, you might have use for this.
Clever dog.
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints!
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will.
Edgeworth. I'm really...
No need to thank me. Here, take a powder in these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Hey, thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Recovers fingerprints from handprints for comparison with fingerprint files.
You clever fuck.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Edgeworth? You're a good guy. Don't be a dick.
Wait.
Alright, we're back. Wait, you want me to illumine all this entire room? Be like, Edgeworth, what kind of blood that satanic ritual are you from here?
Well,
Are you serious? Are you serious? Fine. Just for a pure entertainment value, sure. Let's see if fucking Edgeworth does satanic rituals, everyone. Alright, so
It looks like some blood has dripped down here.
judging by the amount, I would guess it's from a nose or an injured hand.
A nosebleed, Maybe in his wrath, Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone for their incompetence.
Oh. Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? No. With that little blood, it probably came from a minor wound from a high prosecutor's hand.
Okay.
You wanna... Nope, you don't wanna talk about it? Okay. Don't worry about it. Not gonna worry about it. Not gonna worry about it. We're gonna move on. We're gonna go fuck off.
back to the evidence room.
I'm curious. You got your ID on you, fucker? I want to see your ID, fucker. Officer, could you take a look at this?
I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright.
It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Huh. So you won't confirm or deny? Okay. Alright. Okay. Not a problem. We're gonna move. Okay.
So the cool thing about doing the fingerprint stuff is that if we were to play this on like any of the DS or 3DS stuff,
You be able to tap it and like do the same thing, like tapping it to see the fingerprints?
no, you need the mic.
Ooh, that's so cool! Our investigation turned up a two suspicious handprints.
Here, in this blood in the detective's evidence locker.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Okay.
Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger.
A finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell the difference at a glance.
You're procrastinating and choose a finger!
Probably index finger, most likely.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around
Well, how do you do that?
with the A button. See?
Ah, looks like that did the trick.
And the aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
How do I do that?
With the X button. Exciting, I know. Just imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake.
Wow, that looks like fun. Might get some getting used to.
It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything.
See, that would have been cool to like just that interactivity of blowing it with the mic.
That would have been so cool.
You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
I guess I better give it a try. Alright. So, and then whoa.
As I probably pour some more dust.
Aha! You did it! You found one!
But this looks nothing like a fingerprint.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
What does it mean?
I think it means we're out of luck.
Or
It got
maybe-
burned off.
Or
Or
it could be the glove.
it could... Right! What was left behind was a left hand, and yet the right hand was the one that was covered. Well, interesting. Out of luck.
The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves.
Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here.
Hey, calm down. It's just a way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locker door again closely,
There's another smudge.
looks like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprints outside the blood. Right over here, dummy. So... Come on! Seriously? We see the print right there!
I don't know. It might not be a full fingerprint. You can't rule anything out just yet.
Yay! If it's so clear, it's dazzling.
Yes, how much aluminum powder do we fucking waste doing that shit? Dazzling?
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right anyway. Let's match it up right away.
So we're not done yet? This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right?
I guess she's right.
Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point at the person you think left these prints.
Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was?
I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in the different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker?
Okay, so no. 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 Gumshoe?
Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe! Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess that probably was, I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Actually, the activated gremlin mode for the powder. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so examine. Okay, this would be. This is where we got the luminol fluid reaction, right?
Right! There was a handprint here! Okay, wanna try using this?
And there go her eyes sparkling again. Yep. Alright.
Let's check.
Alright, let's check for prints.
That's the spirit! Oh, but I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
You only ended up finding it using chemical means.
Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, right. So that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high?
Don't ask me!
Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Can't necessarily see. Well, maybe we could use this, but with the red glasses on, I can't see shit. Maybe like, yeah, this would be fingerprint. That would be thumb, so this would be finger. So, I'm just gonna cover the entire thing with fucking aluminum powder. Don't worry about it. So much wasting of aluminum powder. I gave my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Okay. Maybe the thumb? Kind of, well, yeah, so... So if this is... No, so that was thumb. This is probably... No, this is probably first finger. Yeah, so... I thought that was the first finger, but I was wrong. My bad. So this is the first finger. Alright. Seriously? Seriously? We found the print. Just use it. Seriously? Come on. Come on. God, okay. Maybe. Actually, maybe. Okay. Okay. So it has to be exact. It's that peculiar. It was like, we can't have nuance of turning the hand. It has to be like pretend. Hey, these fingerprints, they...
Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know?
It's Officer Marshall.
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall?
Why would you have bloody handprints here, fucker?
That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma? This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. The blood and fingertips are in the same place.
Oh!
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain.
Well, why would Officer Marshall...
It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
I don't either. My question is, why was his hand bloody? Alright. Because if he was wearing gloves... Could it be the cactus? It could be the cactus! Blood was on the top of the cactus. So that could potentially be the thing. Maybe. Oh my god, Knight, stop! Always remember to save. Saving is important. Yeah, I'm thinking that's just a fluke. Where, like, he put his hand on the cactus on accident and got injured. Because it seems out of nowhere. Is the blood Goodman's? We don't know. We can't tell whose blood it is because it was wiped away. We don't know whose blood it was. Though we didn't necessarily get a good look at Marshall's hand, did we? Regardless. We'll figure it out.
So, what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though.
So, how'd it go?
It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are as clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain? What do you mean by that?
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
But Lana! Don't tell me you...
Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Guy? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Okay. Phoenix knows that this is a throw, but a defendant's case is about giving probable cause to Miss Sky. So it's not on him to try to solve this case. It's on him to make sure the heat is not on his client. Tough, but that's defending for you.
I mean, Chips. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Nona Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is...
I'm gonna kick you in the teeth.
I'm afraid to have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office.
We barely just started, motherfucker. I just sat down.
Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. Literally, it's like, who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Exactly.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I heard the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow. This is one messed up trial. Okay, I have a theory, if you would.
And it's only going to get worse from here.
Right. Okay, let's go ahead and swing a bat in Marshall's direction. Let's go ahead and swing. If Marshall was involved in like this big detective revenge porn, whatever, I'm gonna call it a revenge porn because it seems nonsensical to me. What if he disguised himself as Detective Goodman and had taken his card in order to access and be under the guise of Detective Goodman, which is why he was not present in his station. Then Meekins came at him, and then he smacked Meekins in the head with a jar. So the blood was not from Goodman, it was Meekins' blood.
That could be possible.
Smacked him in the head with the vase. That's why the vase has bloody prints. But, of course, like, he can't cover all of his bodily parts. And so he had a bloody handprint, which would signify that he was involved in how he was able to have two bodies in one place. That might be a case, but I'm like, that seems very unbelievable and unreliable. Because, like, well, one, we've already have one bloody fingerprint that's already been proven to have been done with a glove. So if the killer was smart, he kept a glove on, but Marshall didn't. Marshall has fingerprints that are seeable. So that means whatever blood was on his hands was on his literal skin and not a glove. So I'm thinking more so of maybe he tapped his hand on the cactus and got hurt. Maybe that's his locker, so that obviously, clearly, his healing meds, his medicine kit could be up in there, or something like that. Whatever the case may be. And someone else, I'm thinking maybe Gant or something like that was involved. What's up?
That locker that had the Marshall's prints on it.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't that also have a shirt in it?
It did have, it did have a shirt in it.
So that probably could be part of like his disguise or something.
That if we open out the locker and it's Goodman's outfit. Oh my god! There it is! He changed his clothes. He changed his clothes and Goodman's outfit is inside that evidence locker.
And it also proves my point that the person's face in that flashback, we didn't see Goodman's face, so it could have been anybody. It could be Marshall.
Alright, so maybe if we swing hard, it could potentially be Marshall. But only if we're thinking that this is going to swing in that direction.
Yeah, this is our own theories. A game theory.
We don't have a lot of true decisive evidence to work with other than... And we're calling it decisive evidence on the basis of it can be factually checked rather than it being actually involved in this case. So, How would the body end up in Edgy Boy's truck? Marshall could have put it there. Marshall's a big dude. He can carry him. So yeah.
Anyway. One of my duties as prosecutor is to prevent impartial evidence.
Present.
I said present.
You said prevent. I know what I heard.
Shut up. Today we'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things,
Whose side are you on?
even though he doesn't know what he's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait.
Very well, as the trial resumes, I'm going to continue in these tips.
On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness to the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
You know, Meekins. That guy. Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. I literally just sat down. Hi, Meekins.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, Really?
I'm gonna beat this guy with a bat.
That would be murderer. That would be murderer, sir.
See your hands feeling better, stupid.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir.
You can't believe me, sir.
Actually, sir, I'm what you call part of the younger generation, sir.
That was an auto. That was not.
No, I believe you.
A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Gumshoe, do you want to just let him borrow some brain cells, please? He seems to have less than you.
Please, Mr. Edwards, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I'm a part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir.
Oh,
Isn't that just every generation?
it's a swing. It's a polite, light-hearted swing from the writer.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
All right, let's hear it.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So, the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
Do unto us before they do unto you.
That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness? Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Like a redheaded stepchild.
Been smacked around like his name was Rihanna.
That's terrible. That is a terrible joke. Never say that again. And yet here I am laughing. I'm going to hell.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. Alright, looks like we're pressing a lot of this shit.
I'm gonna tell you now, press all of them.
You got it. Alright. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Oh God, why would it?
Yikes, that is a scary thought.
Yeah, no kidding. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir.
You know, that stupid thing.
You know, Gumshoe's like, hey, I worked hard on that.
Shut up, Gumshoe. You have 10 brain cells. Don't make me take one away again.
No. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process, even though it's broken on one part.
Right?
That was my sole mission for today, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
You know, someone's got to look up to it.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room? That would explain that.
It might be the first one, not the second one, though.
We'll see if we ever learn his, like, ID number.
Yeah.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
Really? When was this? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck.
What number is it? So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is! I found it! This is the one right here!
Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
Okay, so he went in twice. So the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. So I think the first one is the Blue Badger, then the second one is confronting Goodman. So that's nothing.
Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir.
That's correct.
The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. Oh, yeah, that's right. Fair enough. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That's when I spotted the man on the security screen.
Yep. That tracks.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Data added to ID card record. Okay, what happened? So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened?
It was a knife, sir. A knife! Detective Goodman pulled the knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You weren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just keep your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
Telling a cop to maintain his cool is like the worst thing you could say. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know how to look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. That man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
How? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver.
Okay, so that's the how.
I made sure to close my eyes like a man. Why would you close your eyes?
Why would you close your eyes? I see. You must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew... Yes?
You pushed him out of my face, sir!
Okay, so about what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh.
According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. Oh. He hit me around the head too.
5:30?
That was when the body was...
Discovered over at the prosecutor's office.
Yeah.
I woke up crying tears of pain!
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir.
Oh shit! I could have luminol the fucking Blue Badger and could have seen maybe his blood. Or his fingerprints.
That's fine. I'll let you know right now, though. They didn't say anywhere in the guide to do that, so you're fine.
Oh, okay.
I returned to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
That's what I'm thinking, Edgeworth. He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell.
Sent to your jail cell? Why would you have decisive evidence like that?
Chief?
Okay, I will just say, if 7777777 is Chief Gant, we got him. We know exactly who's committing these murders. We got him.
I'm 100% willing to bet that Again, I did say this before, that all those sevens was Gant's number.
Okay. I'm willing to bet that, yeah.
The chief?
Delivered it?
What is that? Videotape? Dude, you're old enough to know what those are. Come on now. Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir.
It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us a video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder. You described yourself as a murderer, motherfucker.
He is using the label, but he described himself as trying to disarm and subjugate his victim. He never said murder. The only one who's using murder is everyone around him, making him the murderer.
Literally, when Edgeworth just told him to describe his profession, he said murderer.
A video of a real murder. What are we getting ourselves into? Let's see. Is that stupid fucking kick? Okay, so at this point, nothing here. Also, this is the most terrible angle one could have for this fucking camera. Okay, so there is whoever. Okay, so
yeah, it looks like they just set it up on a tripod.
Also, no cloth on that locker. Glove fell down.
How convenient that they fucking covered his face too.
And also using a glove to open. And no sound. Okay.
I'm pretty sure at this point, probably Meekins is down. Yeah. While the whoever. Huh? What the fuck?
Crawling on the floor, perhaps?
Or maybe walked around the camera?
Depending on where the camera... Yep! Costume change!
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
Judge, I highly doubt you have the same feelings we are feeling right now.
Right? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Motherfuckers! Every one of you! Bonk to the head! And one for Jenny and the Whip.
Sir, that is a pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised? This isn't going smoothly. Security video was added to court.
Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
We could pull some information from that video, but not enough to really kind of prove one way or another who was in the coat. Unless we could. I mean, we could.
There are some things we could theorize, but that's about it.
Yeah, alright.
Nothing was, decisive.
Yeah.
His face can't clearly be seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir.
I'm gonna press that 100%.
I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
That's full of shit.
What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman.
I 100% would like to say... Bullshit!
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Alright. You can mimic prints though, or you could just reuse the print that was already on there if you have a solid piece of like tape or rubber gloves to press the fingerprint marks onto it. It's not like it's a heat-censored fingerprints, it's just fingerprints. Of course, there's nothing to press there. Hold. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since this verse can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I have to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
About these lockers. Is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's trying. Yeah, Meekins makes Gumshoe look like 200 IQ.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
No, there's different ways you could open the lock.
You're like my puncher. I missed too.
Okay, can you clarify that? How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir. From people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
I don't need to hear any of those.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
What, someone who has maybe 2 more brain cells than Meekins?
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
Okay. I'm willing to bet. Allow me to swing, if you will. I'm willing to swing that a rubber glove had something to do with this. That there is potential... Am I thinking 3 steps ahead by assuming that we could use the rubber glove in this one? Because I'm also thinking, if the right hand is what's used to open the lockers, where's the right hand? Your Honor, that statement contradicts his evidence.
It does? I don't see anything contradictory.
Huh? Really?
Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr.
God
Wright.
damn it! Oops, that didn't go well. What? You open the lock requires fingerprints to do. That is... Ugh, I don't know to press it. Am I missing something? Let's see.
You forgot to press one more statement.
What do you mean? Oh, the very last one? However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face.
Sir, if I may something, sir. If I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you were the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. Well, I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock.
There's no proof of that.
And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir.
But I need to know his face.
My answer is taken testifying up to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is. Unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Edge boy, you are flirting with me. Stop. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with this? Yes, there's a problem! Regarding the video contained in this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not even been Detective Goodman.
Thank you. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Also, you could have presented the videotape in that last statement.
Oh, fair enough.
Either or, like, this is gonna end up the same regardless.
I'm already 3 steps ahead of these fuckers. I'm like, whatever at this point.
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
He would want me to point it out.
Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further respect this piece of evidence.
Great.
I will now place the security tape.
Okay.
Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
Okay. There's a couple contradictions in the video. It's a matter of determining which one's the correct one. So what the question we're answering is, what's the contradiction in verifying that is Bruce Goodman?
Yeah.
Okay. How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman?
Alright. Great. Don't care. Okay, nothing here. We can't necessarily see his hand. Okay,
Wait, go back?
okay.
Keep going. I'll tell you when. Keep on.
We're going all the way to the beginning of the video.
There it is.
The red light indicator. It was open the entire time. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir? What's his name, Meekins?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. You grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Yeah, the light's on, so it was unlocked. Nice eye, babe.
Of course. I told you I have an eye for detail.
Like, I was about to go, like, up to, like, see if his glove, like, if a tag fell off his glove or something like that. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind to a little... We're actually gonna sit here and watch the rewind. We're gonna sit here and actually watch the rewind.
Yeah, for real, like, why can't the fucking speed of the rewind go faster?
Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Fucking chicken!
Order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker locks are controlled by electronic system. Wait.
You can turn... There is one person who could turn them off, though.
Yeah, I was about to say,
That's
maybe there's
Marshall.
maybe there could be a control panel for the lockers.
That's what I'm thinking, too. That's why he was able to unlock and have it open. Basically, he could go in, unlock the lock, and leave it unlocked, turn the system back on to make it look like, oh, everything's fine, and then pose as Goodman.
Yeah, because remember, he is still trying to investigate the SL6 incident.
Exactly. SL9.
And 9, same thing.
Yeah. No, yeah, so maybe he himself... That's why his fingerprints were already there. Okay.
When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert at this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Unless someone turned off the power.
Oh, well. It just goes to show novices should keep their mouth shut.
Oh, Judge, you're fine.
So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Maybe something like jammed at the system's sensor? Something jammed the system's sensor? Say... There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too! There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cost for this.
Will do.
Keep going.
Okay. Oh, shit. Play, stupid. Okay. I saw that. You can't. Shit the ba ba beat the boo da boo da boo. Ba-doo ba-doo ba-doo. Ba-doo ba-doo that. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of part that I showed you earlier. I saw that shit. Yeah, you can't have that shit from me. I may not be as keen-eyed as my husband, but I am keen-eyed.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I haven't fallen and roll out great distances when I open my car door, sir.
Shut the fuck up, Beacons! We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
We're gonna seriously watch this. We're gonna watch this over and over and over and over again.
That's gonna be a running theme with this series.
Great! This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 or 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out my patrol vehicle, sir.
How does that happen?
He finds a way.
Like, shut up, Meekins!
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, but it will also have to block electrical currents. It will need to be an insulator.
What, a thin, white rubber glove?
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene.
There just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out. So I was 3 steps ahead! My bitch
Like
ass was
always.
3 steps ahead!
Yeah, exactly. You tend to do that with these kinds of games. Well, at least with this game specifically. You gotta tell your writer's brain to shut up the
I
once.
know!
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck between the locker door?
My defendant's badge. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that it was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir.
You stand so stupidly.
Right? Most likely he has fucking, was it polio? Order! Order! Order!
I want pan fried doodle.
So we are to believe then that the victim, whom this window stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
I'm glad we're referring to him as a witness and not a murderer now.
Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edwards? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, and nothing more.
Bullshit!
The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman.
Edgeworth, this game of cat and mouse, yes and no, hot and cold, yes or no, it's full of bullshit!
The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
What are you pulling out of your ass?
Sounds like bullshit.
Is this a joke?
Very well. Begin your testimony.
Alright, let's hear it. Okay. Go ahead. Lie to me.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective used his card.
Okay. Good swing.
Alright, okay, sure. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor.
Okay.
The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. But who's the first? Just before the crime, hmm? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is used only for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Involving
Oh.
police staff? As in, like, the victims were police, or the suspects were police?
I'm willing to bet that means... I'm willing to bet it was that the perpetrators were the police.
And they forged evidence to hide
To make
that.
them... Yeah, to make them seem innocent.
Ah. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on edge. Me too. Although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, Let us move on to the cross-examination.
This whole thing is just full of bullshit! For you, Emma. Alright, let's hear it. Okay. No other way? Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cup, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck.
Probably a good idea.
Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck.
You stupid idiot.
Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me.
Maybe I should just leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with the testimony.
My ID card, there's a record of it. Okay. There's nothing to press there. Can you confirm that? Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked?
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got.
Alright. I actually have to do a little bit of thinking. Like a minor bit of thinking. Yeah, this was found at the crime scene of the prosecutor. How could he have used it? I guess that could be one thing I could potentially press, but at the same time, it's like, would that be enough to press it? I'm wondering if actually that would be enough to press it. I'll swing. I'll take another hit. This will be the first time I get 2 hits. Let's go. Oh, I was right. Let's go. So now I'm stepping a little in time. I'm stepping back a little bit in time. Wait a moment.
You could use the ID or Goodman's lost item report on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th statement.
Ah. Wait 1 moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here.
Sir, that's a piece of paper.
I found it at the crime scene. Don't worry, it's a picture.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room of the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report? It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right?
I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order! Order!
Fried rice.
White or brown?
Jasmine.
Fine. Long grain it is. So now, what does this all mean?
Well, it can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Fucking called it.
Yep. I think it's Marshall.
Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense.
Eat my ass?
Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, The man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman.
Okay.
There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes, what's he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
Correct. That is, well, I guess that's right. That is correct.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around
Because
like the way
you
I'm
were
doing it.
you were doing it right now, motherfucker.
What are you talking about? I'm just copying you.
This isn't going to end well.
Well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Ms. Lana Skye, the defendant.
Oh my lord.
The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
No, there's still doubt. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? Where did this person disappear to?
Where'd they come from? Where'd they go?
Where did they come from, Cotton Eye Joe? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I would object because we also have decisive evidence of lack of blood at the crime scene.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. We're sitting here and watching this happen. We are sitting here and watching this play instead of going in fast forward. However, it cannot be said this is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any of the witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh? Whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testified. What is his or her name?
Texas Lone Star.
Bruce Goodman, get your ass over here.
Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
I can't let Edward know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say.
The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony.
Good boy.
Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess.
Great. Honk shoe. Me. February 24th, 11:32 a.m.
That means more voice acting for me.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you've figured everything out.
I haven't figured out anything out.
Anna, you're the one who knows everything! Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Yeah, Gumshoe, you just walked into something. You better be very careful or I will take away your brain cells.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Bye. Thank you.
Oh, wait, Detective Gumshoe.
What is it? That's right, come back here.
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around all day while on duty.
I thought you were still eating, my bad.
And stop it off, you call me here. I see happier people at funerals. Do you though?
Sorry, detective.
You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor's guy.
That's okay. So, what have you brought? Have you brought what I asked?
Oh.
I'm not pressing anything. I was legit not pressing anything.
I know, I can tell when the arrows are there or not. You mean this, right?
Greetings to Venezuela. Hello! My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name?
Never in a million years I'd have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
Yes, SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case.
You were a witness? Scott was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark killings. Solved 2 years ago. Okay. She was a witness. The detectives involved were demoted, except for Goodman. This has to be a police cover-up. This smells like a police cover-up.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders.
We're literally in a case about them right now.
Oh, what? Now that I brought your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
I have to read! I have less than 15 minutes! Emma, why is your name in here? What? Hold it! Can I actually read it straight up? Right?
Let me read.
Incident SL9, perpetrator Joe Dark, serial murder, sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Trial data, head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth witnesses Lana and Emma Sky. Neil Marshall. Any connection to Jake Marshall? Investigative Task Force. Executive investigators Damon Gantz, Lana Sky. Head investigators Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall. Huh. Interesting. What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana! The Cecil 9 incident! Is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. Joe Dark... No, no, Lana! It's over with! No! Emma, wait! She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere.
Go get a steak, dude.
Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Get out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gantz, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Yeah, at least Gumshoe could read a room. So, the fact that we still don't know what was involved in those killings, other than the fact that it was obviously serial murder, and there were 2 witnesses, and Emma is that traumatized by what happened. Do we remember how her parents died? How their parents died? Was it a car accident?
Probably.
I don't remember how Sky lost her parents. Sky and Lana lost their parents. Sky is both of them. How Sky lost their parents. Yeah, because this seems like a police cover-up. 100%. The lead investigators being Gant? Ain't no way. We'll figure it out. Play the JoJo Astro theme. Which one? Alright, let's get back into this.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Hello, Texan boy.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. I was about to say, how are you still talking while drinking?
It's finish drinking, dude.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you. Wandering the trail of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly across intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described it that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado soul is as boundless as the desert's sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly.
Please and thank you, Judge.
Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
Thank you. Probably say
I reckon I don't think that will, partner. You just daggone dumb did it now. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at Street Side Saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. So if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
Uh-huh.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprints activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines or following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
I have a thought.
Ah.
If he's telling the truth and doesn't know about the fingerprint locks, if he's telling the truth, could it potentially be that Goodman set up his locker to be unlocked for him? If Goodman was involved in all this? A fleeting thought.
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Alright. We're gonna ping your mind just a little bit. Okay. Describe in detail. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just to make sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's no still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings.
You interred them? Interpreted them?
Videos are nothing, are they, useful? When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Right, this is a special evidence room. Like, wait a minute, then wouldn't you all have gotten literally the attack von Karma had on us? But like, no, that's a different evidence room. That's for all the plebeian shit. The plebeian shit. Plebeian? Whatever.
Plebeian.
Whatever.
Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy is a flick of dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? Wait. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
So you can confirm that you weren't there. I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know gets less rules get in his way.
Well, no desperado has a job now, does he? No desperados I know join the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime? Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
I call bullshit!
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do.
Bullshit!
I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
Bullshit! Yep, I'm just calling it bullshit right now. How does this guy avoid being fired? Okay. Deeply explain more of these security systems. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
That's quite incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Do you know what you were doing when the crime took place?
What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even angel steak lunches can beat that powerless Rungo sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us You abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
What do you assume that desperados only eat tacos, though?
That's not what I meant. I hope this at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want a raise this year? Hold on. I'm just gonna press this because I can. Out of ammo, Sir Marshal.
That's right, partner. Or as you call it, evidence.
If you plan to pin me to this crime, you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
Or is it the
Are you wanted
ocean?
dead or alive?
Right?
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Oh, don't you fucking know it. Everyone knows that.
Hey, babe, can you go get me my drink?
No.
Damn it! It's alright. Apparently your superiors don't! Okay, I have a trump card on my sleeve, so I'd best keep my... Before I use it, though, I better up the ante. I'm tempted to press this because he would have known that the light was on if he had seen the security camera. But he said he wasn't even there. That's the thing, he said he wasn't even there. Sorry, my brain is kind of like... Do I pull this now? Am I taking 3 steps ahead? Because I'm like... I need to pull that he was there. Now, question is... Pull here... You know what? You're full of shit.
Objection!
Ah! Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
This is real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah,
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints are at the crime scene?
the blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly reveals this. Well, Officer Marshall, you're gonna use I touched my cactus in the wrong way, huh?
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime.
Okay. Let's see you try to wiggle. If you mention that cactus, I will shove it where the sun don't shine.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as that blood-stained handprint. The
murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, you are full of shit.
The witness's explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt.
Thank you, Judge.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it.
All right. Let's take a swing here. Well, let's pressure him first. Like I said, it's only natural. Okay, I'm not gonna question that. One of them just happened to be. How do you know this? So then, what about the bloody handprint?
Wasn't mine. Is no mystery. Please explore. My locker is covered with my finger. Yeah, my locker's covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened.
The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why?
Unrelated.
They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this.
Hey, don't be... I'm not gonna say...
Wait a minute. How did you know he was wearing gloves?
How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though to be left by the murderer, or thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves. Having to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint? That's the only logical conclusion.
I can't let him storm out of this one. I've got to find something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime.
All right, let me take a thing. Let me do a thing. I gotta do a thing. Let me do a thing. Think.
Or you forgot to press the one statement that you completely skipped.
Fair enough point.
That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. And that locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
See,
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that lock. The data was never removed from that lock program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it.
Okay.
Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this.
Security tape.
So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
Unfortunately, that is completely wrong.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where we're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
I want to present that video regardless. Because I know that was
Wait.
you. Huh? Why am I waiting? Am I thinking 50 steps ahead again?
Yep.
God damn it. Okay.
That's a new statement.
Oh, right. New statement.
What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
But that video is next to useless. It's full. No, Phoenix, I need you to rub 2 brain cells together before I hand your brain cells over to Gumshoe. Or worse, Meekins.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Fuck it. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us on this incriminating evidence of the witness. Officer Jake Marshall.
Wait, okay, come on. Play. Fast forward, come on. You gotta get all the way to the end. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short and take. No, the fuck they're not.
They're long as shit. I say they're having just visited.
And so are our tapers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
You're a lying sack of shit. 6, bitch. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with a white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. How far?
From the beginning.
God damn it. Don't hand Meekin's brain cells, will probably lose them or worse, kill them off with his megaphone. Fair enough point. That's a fair enough point. Boop.
Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order, order! You seem that's the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man.
Huh?
So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it.
You're the only motherfucker who can!
The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine.
I think even everyone's like, are you a dumb one? Are you dumb?
Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? I mean, technically you are.
This guy just isn't just plain dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call your bluff.
I swear to God.
You say I opened that locker, now prove it.
Take that!
A fingerprint sensor?
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff Dumbass, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
I only got one word for you, partner.
Damn.
No! Order!
I want a
Witness.
pan-fried noodle. I keep ordering it. You never give.
Fuck off. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Olay! Please answer the question.
What is he now? A bullfighter?
That's right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
All y'all motherfuckers need, like, to take baby steps on this one?
Yes.
That's right, the only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
Okay, we're assuming he is victim. Because, yeah, we're assuming victim.
Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There? What that's where the victim Detective Goodman. I fucking called it!
You did.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up as Detective Goodman.
Fucking called everything about that. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He said it's moved away from me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence. He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
Why don't we just go to your locker right now and open it?
I can't say I particularly care for your cooperative disposition. Can't say I care for your bed, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of the doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as a victim?
Well, am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. I was about to say desert.
This can't be happening.
Phoenix, just say, let's go to your locker right now and open it.
So obviously he's the one. What can I do?
Motherfucker.
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The base. Return to the fucking safe. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box.
Flip the chessboard. Wait.
We're going back to that later. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. But then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence of this video is my only shot.
Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape.
Yay.
After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
Alright. Probably the attack. Okay. There it is. Meekin's blood is on it.
Take that!
For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I do not know to what end yet.
Yet.
However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
Soiled it. Soiled it. Soiled it. A bloody white coat?
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth?
No.
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
Alright. Seeing the time has come, and so have I.
Marshall's confession, which is only going to be half-assed because we're not going to get the whole story.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
Okay.
So the supposed victim was really you? But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Well,
This
also
is Meekins
could've-
we're talking about here.
And also, he blacked out from something hitting him in his head.
So it's not like it stopped the bleeding.
Yeah. Alright. Just like him at plans. Why?
What?
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So he did it to fool the security camera. Or the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Yeah, so this was a collaborated attempt. Now, when you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
Yes, 09 is it.
2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer on that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why
You knocked him out with what? You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off.
Let's just say it was a little surprise. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one? The one that I've literally been showing off this whole fucking time?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out, and?
Managed to escape a new area with the camera, so that's... yeah. There wasn't any murder. Yeah, that's all true. No. I'm willing to bet it's because one of the victims is related to him. Neil Marshall, same name. Coincidental? Maybe. But to push it as evidence? Because what we're trying to do is cross-examine and counterpoint. Would counterpointing this with the SL9 information do anything?
Nope.
I'm also adjusting my earphones. It's either the case or this jar being used as a means. You knocked him out, but
What would showing the race prove?
the what?
What would it prove? Because remember, the point of showing evidence is to show a contradiction in the testimony.
So the ID, just like him. Okay, I plan to take out evidence. Well, the reason why I'm questioning myself now is because I'm already thinking 3 to 5 steps ahead. So me looking at this, like, even the most contradictory of things could be under my nose because I've passed it, rather than sitting there thinking about it.
Then allow me to help pull you a couple steps back. You only just need to press all these statements.
Wait, what?
You only just need to press all these statements. You don't need to show any evidence yet.
You got it. So you did your research beforehand.
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I don't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat and you struggled with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekers doing at that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day.
But the blood found in the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, mad? The victim shown on that tape is me. I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor.
Interesting. The look in this locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Could it be a potential 777777777 ID who could have went in and stolen it? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are even a valid solution.
I don't know. I mean, if you cut the salaries of police officers here, I think that would fix a couple things.
Right?
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
So you're okay with the lie? You're okay with the fabrication as long as you're satisfied with the answer?
Sounds like it. The witness has an unusual... Sorry. Makes it up voices, though. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why?
I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related to that case. I better take another look at the files. Sorry, my bad. I accidentally pressed a button. That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. There's something that still bothers me. Something went down in that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is his real reason is? I had a feeling we would... Okay. So now I probably could present it because I see his name, his brother's name. Brother, father, one of the two.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
It'll quench you.
It's the quenchiest, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file right here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Probably his father. Neil Marshall?
Yeah, I'm sure you heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
Oh, he was a prosecutor.
What? A prosecutor? So it's probably his brother then.
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
Well, what's his relation to you?
He was my brother.
And looks like younger brother.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to ask this for the people that know. Is any of this touched in the investigations game?
Yeah, I'm actually curious. Is this touched in the investigations game?
Because if this is like 2 years ago when Edgeworth was starting out, and I believe the investigation game were prequels, were they not?
Let's move on while we wait for the answers.
He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them.
No, investigations was different cases. Investigations take place after the trilogy.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know why. I always thought they were
Well,
prequels.
It says that this will be brought up again, but who knows when. So, okay.
We were desperate to prosecute the killer.
That must be Joe Dark.
Ugh. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed.
Oh no. I had a thought. What if Lana wasn't dating Jake? What if she was dating Neil? And he died protecting them. That's why Emma was scarred. 'Cause he died protecting the Sky Girls.
I can believe that.
Oh my god.
He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark.
What?
I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
I hate to break it to you, partner, but anyone can be beaten in a fight as long as you know how to fight them. If you know how to fight someone, even the strongest person in the world, as long as you know that one Achilles heel, you could beat anyone in a fight.
Or, just fight dirty.
Yeah, fight dirty.
And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
Fair enough.
That was the last day the SL9's case could be reopened. Not satisfied with his resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence. Officer Meekins confronted him, and he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up.
Yeah, if he was protecting Emma or Lana, he might have gotten distracted. Exactly. He was maybe distracted.
No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that had happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office. This fake murder was going on in the police department.
Chance? It's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime.
Bullshit!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
Objection!
Well, wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But
No buts. There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable.
Unfortunately, if it was the real world, her testimony would be thrown out immediately.
If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
I'm gonna kick you in the teeth with no words.
ah,
I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached a conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
there's no doubt I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant.
Emma! Your Honor! Wait!
Emma!
The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right?
What do you...
You have it. My bad.
Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian?
No. Your Honor... Oh, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor! All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
Testimony. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings.
Now, as she mentions it, the names of both Sky's sisters are in that file.
That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again.
So, did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Then why are we here, darling? Please get to the point. Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you!
Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. It didn't really feel like 3 minutes, but whatever. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor pans, a handprint was discovered around here.
Wait a minute. That blood mark must have come a different time. Because that stupid fucking badger was in front of it.
Yeah, it's true. We couldn't see whether or not that handprint was there at the time of the incident. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. I need to concentrate. It's now. What could be wrong with the handprints on the Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? There's a problem. It's that fucking badger!
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
This fucking thing!
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. Blue Badger is not here.
So?
So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well,
what?
gotcha, fucker! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot in the locker.
What? So that means, just exactly what does this mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically.
Emma.
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger into the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
That must mean this blood mark was before the fucking thing was there. It was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape, taken by the same security cam. Officer Meekins cut his hand, where such a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time... The fact that Officer Meekins didn't even see the blood print when he was putting the fucking badger in, though.
Right?
Someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, on Another incident took place in that evidence room?
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves it.
Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place? There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Yep.
Yeah. And I'm like, will the time match? Miles is too close. And yet all Miles did was just go into a specific locker. It had to have been this. Yep. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ha!
Oh. Miles Edwards, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away. By the real murderer?
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean...
So it's the one before then?
Yep. The crime must have taken place before Mr. Edwards entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777-7777.
Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used before him, he must have entered along with the real murder.
Yep.
That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777-7777.
Mr. Edwards, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. Or perhaps it could be the chief. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how...
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright.
Well, fuck you.
Fuck you. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
What? Lana?
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident.
Really? Is now the time to ask about your little silly question?
Yeehaw, partner. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edge.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Alana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Okay, it's out now.
See? That's what I'm talking about.
But what does this accomplish, Marshall? What does this accomplish, in all honesty? This is not going to bring your brother back. This is not going to undo the damage Joe Dark has already done. Without all of this, Joe Dark probably would have killed more. It was very clear to every single one of you that this was not going to get solved legally. That this was not going to get solved because none of you could bring up the proper evidence. And that includes a failing on your end, Marshall. If you truly knew he was of a state where he was going to kill again, you would have found something. All killers slip up. And you failed to do so. So what was the law supposed to do? Let him keep killing? Let him continue to kill? That certainly would honor your... That certainly absolutely would honor your brother. By letting him continue to kill. So yeah. It's extremely fucking bad that they had to forge evidence in order to get this guy. But you guys are all satisfied that he went to jail and died. And was executed for such. Why is it now that you are 100% believing you are all within some sort of moral compass, believing that this should be outed? That's my genuine question. I absolutely could understand anger. I can understand, oh, this is not right. This is not the right way to do it. We all can agree to this. I myself absolutely agree it should not have been done this way. My issue with this is that all of you seem satisfied that he's dead. All of you seem satisfied that the murderer got caught. Why now? He doesn't believe he was murdered by Joe. A feeling doesn't account for anything. If he wanted evidence contrary of the fact, he could have brought it up. He has found zero evidence to prove that his brother was not killed by Joe. He has given no evidence to actually prove that Joe was not his brother's murderer. And neither does forged evidence. And yet, killings have stopped. Joe Dark killings have stopped.
I am in full agreement. Forged evidence doesn't help anyone. I am in full agreement. Why is this needed now? Why is this needed now? My issue is that this seems like a desperate attempt to blame someone for your ineptitude. This is looking to blame someone for the fact that you failed to find legitimate evidence that your brother was not killed by Joe Dark, or evidence that Joe Dark was indeed who he was. So this just seems like a deflection, if any. This is absolutely a deflection of the fact that you failed your brother in one regard or another. Whether it be you failed to find evidence that Joe Dark was who he was, or you failed to figure out who actually killed your brother. And now you are trying to deflect that blame and that guilt onto someone else because you are inept and unwilling to do your job to the extent to prove a point. Perhaps forged evidence wouldn't have been needed if you were actually skilled enough to do your job. It's not that hard to find something. Exactly. Or your brother actually wasn't as strong as you thought, and Joe Dark did kill him. And you just feel so shitty about the fact that you weren't the one to take the knife and not him. And yet you're deflecting. And now you put Lana on the stand. And now you've made Lana the target of capital punishment because you feel vindicated by the fact that they had to use forged evidence against a man who could have potentially killed your brother. Again, forged evidence is shitty. Forged evidence is absolutely fucking shitty. It is the shittiest way to solve a crime. It is absolutely immoral to use forged evidence because forged evidence could sentence so many innocent people to be killed or put to any sort of jail sentence for shit that they did not do. My issue is your inept inability to actually do your fucking job, to which caused the need for such false evidence. Now imagine if they didn't use forged evidence. Joe Dark could have walked free, killed Lana, killed Emma, killed you. Think about that before you decide to go on a little rampage tantrum trying to justify the idea that, we are suppressed. We were suppressed in doing our jobs. Were you? Prove that. Prove that your higher up actually suppressed you from doing your job. Because from what I hear on multiple sides is that you were desperate to find something and you just couldn't. What stopped you from just pushing past whatever boundary you thought was against you? What stopped you from actually taking the illegal route during said investigations to find evidence of such case? Dumb question. You do know he's going to respond to. You do know that I work in the world of fiction, right? And I talk to fictional characters as if they're there. That's part of who I am. That's always been who I am. That's always been the case. I always talk to fictional characters. That is what it is. If it bothers people, don't be here. But like I mentioned, it is not helpful. It is not productive to be a vindictive little shit just because you couldn't do your job. And by doing your job, that means doing absolutely everything in your power in that moment of time to find something. You didn't, so they had to find something to use. And if forged evidence is the case, don't bitch about it. Moving along. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos. Oh god, we'd have to wait until the following day. It clicks way too fast. Of course it is. I won't spoil anything but there is more SL9 case in this case. I'm 100% sure I'm absolutely positive. I'm pretty positive Gant has something to do with it, whether Gant be like, oh, you can't investigate this scene, oh, you can't investigate that scene, because I'm willing to bet Gant had some involvement in Joe Dark. I'm willing to bet that. What stopped Marshall from breaking that limitation? What stopped Marshall from saying, fuck it, I don't give a shit, I'm gonna investigate this shit, and actually doing it himself? It sounds like to me that he's a pussy-ass little bitch that just wants to cry about the fact that he couldn't protect his brother. Just saying. If something happened to my sister, I don't give a fuck what limitations you put on me. I'm gonna hunt the motherfucker down, and I'm gonna fucking do everything in my power to make sure that every piece of evidence points to you, or you and I are gonna be in the same room, and we're gonna fisticuff it out, and I'm gonna have a knife with me. Just saying. It's only been 4 hours. You want to keep going or no?
Might as well go as far as we can because we're still we still got a lot of shit to cover.
How much shit?
This is the last day of investigation, and then day 4 will be nothing but trials.
How many trials?
1 former and 2 ladders.
Let's keep going. I say we keep going.
Yeah.
Fuck it! We're all in, baby!
Thankfully, they don't seem to go that long as we just kind of keep things moving.
Yeah, keep your head in. Yeah. You were willing to attack vegans. Where was that energy in 2 years? Exactly. You were willing to attack vegans. Where was that energy? Fucker! I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. You'll somewhat understand it as you continue later in the investigation. I won't spoil it. Again, I would love to know more. If my anger is not justified, then let me learn why it's not later. But for now, it seems very justified as the fact that he could not protect his brother properly. He could not give honor to his brother. He is just trying to be vindictive for no fucking good reason. And that just pisses me off. As someone who is an older sibling, who would literally carve the earth out if anything happened to my sibling. I would literally bring hell to earth just to figure out whoever harmed my sister and make them feel 10 times the pain. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
I mean, you just started being a lawyer, like a year before this happened?
Yeah, so that tells me these murders weren't the kinds that would be on the news.
Yeah. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. No, it's not! I read it! There was nothing in there! Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Anna?
On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Well, then there you have it!
I didn't see that one coming.
Okay, we need to talk about this now. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me.
I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall attacked him. Then
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck. The lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. I saw the permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture.
I need to know.
What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. Been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. It's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. What was Dark running away from?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that.
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana... She made up the crime.
Made it up? I mean, provided bogus evidence.
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. When he forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean... It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
Well, in truth, honey, if you testified what happened, any defense would be able to say that you have no memories of an actual murder occurring, so at the vision of a 14-year-old, can you trust the evidence of eyewitness when you didn't even see a murder occur? You only saw a brandishing of a knife? There was a defense that was able to get multiple multiple criminals tossed away. Who's to say yours would have made the difference in true honesty? It probably might have. But you were 14. In literal self-defense mode. You were probably in a fight or flight response. Well, you fainted. So you can't be you who are not like an investigator or a chasing person or anything like that. You were not capable of being able of you're not expected to be capable of holding such trauma like that. So it's understandable as to why you couldn't testify. It's why children have to be guided by a guidance counselor in legal proceedings so that they can verbally or at least visually show the trauma that they've go through. Yeah.
Sounds true. Even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did. Especially not to Emma.
Yeah, so, you said he was running in? There's something that's puzzling me.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
Wait. Oh, prosecutor. I'm sure the prosecutor's office has an interview room. An interrogation room of some kind. But I'm like, he took 30 minutes driving that distance to run away from the police department and land in the high prosecutor's office? Like, no. He ran.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way he could have, like, found a car to steal. He probably... her sister's office probably was within, like, walking distance, so he probably just ran on foot.
Well, no, I'm saying that the interrogation place is in the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? I'm thinking he was trying to kill Lana, not Emma.
Yeah, probably because, like, she was, chief prosecutor.
The other detective's office is in the questioning room or right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Okay. I'm not gonna present anything to you, sweetie, because I think right now you're a little too traumatized. But we're gonna go talk to Lana. Lana!
Lana.
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty!
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana. Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
Let's talk about it. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing! They still talk about the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was a deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes.
Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever! They solved crime before the reports could even be filed!
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
Gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to his resolution. After that, he became chief of police, and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial... It really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the Fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not you, Lana! The witness, Miss Starr said... about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife! Lana! I don't understand! Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before.
Okay. Then let's go back in time, shall we?
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes.
Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office? We led a team of the best detectives on the
You had the same office as... What? What if Dark wasn't trying to kill Lana, but Gant? Or was trying to meet up with Gant for something?
Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us.
No, it's already stated that she was a key witness.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked.
Wait, so if he knew Gant was in the interrogation room, and so was Marshall, so he was targeting Lana. Because if he knew where Gant was, there would be no need to leave that office.
So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious.
That's interesting that that shot has him stabbed in the back. Well, I mean, he had his knife, he had his hand on his shoulder. He could have stabbed him in the back. Because Wright and I are physically recreating it. So if he was on the floor. Yeah, so he could have gotten his back. Why was Marshall on top of Dark if it was from behind? That's what I'm trying to figure out too. It's physically possible from Emma's memory of what happened. And my question is, how did it get to the position at the end of it? What happened?
What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9. That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago! Guys, I'm saying it's physically possible for Dark to stab Marshall in the back from their positions. My curiosity and what I need to figure out is how it ended up with Marshall on top of Dark. That's the question right there. That's the question. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly Saul. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police office, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Alright. I don't think I need to present anything to you because I don't believe there's anything really needing presented. I mean, I could have you talk to me more about this case and what could have been found. Remember how they say Marshall dealt one last blow before he died, so maybe Dark fell unconscious before... Yeah, Marshall probably swung hard, clocked him in the head, and knocked him unconscious, and Marshall just fell on top of him. That could be the case. So it's just like, shrug. Who knows? Could you provide any... Well, actually, could you provide any info for what this is? Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Oh, no. Okay. 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 Not a problem. Then if you can't show me anything, I guess we're done talking. Actually, do you know this case? Or is this another... Yep, okay, this is another thing. Okay, not a problem. Okay. Okay. Not a problem. Alright, we're done. We gotta go.
I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people who could talk to?
Right. We can come back here later.
Actually, Hey, Chief.
That man must be the chief of the detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark case might have been fabricated. That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work.
Fair enough. Okay. Guess we'll go fuck off. Okay. What do you want?
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall!
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina?
Jesus Christ. The fact that you had to say that with such a whiteness.
Because I gotta remember that this is Marshall we're talking about here. I can't let my inner Mexican come out. I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be Spec Cactus. Say, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, you can't go into the evidence room today, partner.
Didn't want to go into the evidence room.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west?
So they could evade the potential equal eye of the East? I don't know! Manifest destiny in the West? I don't know!
Gold?
2?
If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
Yeah, no, you're gonna be answering my fucking questions. So, your brother.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
Oh,
Oh.
well, it's a good thing I'm not a chief prosecutor. Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the...
King of prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day of the day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Really? Interesting. Okay.
Thank you, Phoenix.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. I have a feeling Gant took it all.
Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found.
Did you present this evidence?
For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with a broken tip?
That was your darks, alright. But, in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
Okay.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
How so? What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon.
Okay, but...
Okay.
Okay. Huh. Here's my biggest question mark. Because I'm having a feeling Orange Man is absolutely involved. Being that we now have a little bit of potential questioning of potential doubt of the murder weapon, I'm trying to paint a picture of like, okay, where does Gant get involved in all this? We could, if we try and throw him in the room. Actually, there is a potential way to throw him in the room. There's a potential. Because Emma mentioned all the lights going out. We could always equate it to like, oh, you know, it was the storm. Or it could be someone turning off the lights. Gant, for example. Turning off the lights so Emma wouldn't see what happens. If Gant was in the room, he could have turned on the lights, rushed in, killed Marshall with his own weapon, and then maybe somehow while Dark was clocked out, switched whatever blade was in there with the knife that it was found in the body. Who knows?
However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
The case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of.
Goodman was the saved one.
Was his brother always there?
Yeah, his brother was there. He was just
Like,
kind of covered up by the thing that we never really saw him. But he was
Yeah,
there.
I was like, I just noticed that right now. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left.
Wait, so Gant was a deputy chief
Yeah.
of police or detectives? I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
It's fine.
Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Anna said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
There you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
Not particularly, no. It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant.
Yep. We're pretty sure Gant has all of the cards on this one.
Yep. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
See you, cowboy. This place is always pretty empty, but today is deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
Well, the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and on his trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Emma, shut the fuck up.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
We're gonna go! Fuck off! What the shit? What the shit is this? Where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
I thought
I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was.
You just played C.
you played C, honey.
Oh, shit!
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, righto, have you been swimming lately?
What's with the swimming? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence.
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies! See that big picture on the wall over there?
That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. Stares at the dagger in the suit of armor's hand.
See, I'm surprised you noticed that before the sword on the shield.
Oh, there is a sword on the shield. And also there's the pot back there. Yeah, there's the pot back there, which obviously was probably used to smash Dark's head in and knock him unconscious.
Yeah.
But, okay, so the shield is missing a sword. What? What are we opening? Okay, there we go.
Sorry, I meant to deafen, but I actually hung up. My bad.
La Mao. Yeah, so the sword, yeah, the shield sword chipped, yeah. We're missing the sword. There's obviously the suit of armor's spear thing, and we have the vase in the back. Huh. Okay.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger. Got a team picture added to the court. Well, me, Brian, and y'all can. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh! But this office... It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Indeed, sir.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems like that case isn't over with yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
Also, real quick, as soon as I saw that organ in his office, the only thing I could hear coming out from it was,
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Climb! Alright.
let's see.
We're gonna step right back in here.
Yep. Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
You're
Were
not
you not
allowed
sitting
in the
down?
meeting. You're not allowed in the meeting, aren't you?
I'm sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Okay, so you're the coffee boy now. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still allowed.
Yep. Say, have any of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Probably dealing with a lot of bullshit back at the prosecutor's. Edgeworth? No, why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle is between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
It's because of what my sister said?
Probably.
That's basically what it all boils down to.
Yeah, pretty much.
That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
Alright, you and I need to talk, my friend. So, Edgeworth's crisis. I'm sure you, his right-hand boy, will be able to know things. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lot of Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? No offense.
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Miss Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
in our world, only those with talent rise at the top. No, Miss Edgeworth doesn't. Not only that, but he's young. There's a better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You just gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Okay, Dick.
Yes, sir.
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
Valid. He seems genuinely concerned for Edward. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack,
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what is it?
Oh, let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. That might jog his memory.
Okay. Actually, let's talk about crimes first.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman.
Businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident.
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed the man that witnessed the accident. And he killed...
It's going on.
Yeah. Kill walked just by then, so he killed them too, then the bodies. Jogger came on the scene, he was killed as well, finally turned himself in.
So basically, he was just trying to cover up a crime that he committed because he thought the world was against him. So basically, it seemed like seemed accidental, but he didn't want to be framed for killing someone, so he killed the witnesses.
Yeah, I feel like, especially with the way his face looks here, is that while the first one was an accident, the fact that there were witnesses there, it was either after the first kill or after killing the first witness that he started to also like it. Because again, you don't have that kind of look on your face and not enjoy the murders you do as a serial killer.
Yeah, because an accident's an accident. It is what it is. You'd be handed a sentence of potential, maybe, what is it, manslaughter?
Yeah, like vehicular manslaughter, especially since you ran over someone with the car, it's vehicular manslaughter. But it's like, yeah, if it was an accident, you would have just stopped there. You wouldn't continue to constantly keep killing witnesses.
Yeah. Seems like it was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. Sorry, I'm also just taking another look at this.
Same.
So, like, yeah, I think our theory was that while he did stab him in the back, just before, because, you know, I don't think it doesn't matter where he stabs him unless he, like, managed to sever a spine, which I doubt that happened.
Yeah. Yeah, because...
But it's also, like, it would have taken him a while to bleed out, which would give Neil enough time to clock him in the head to make him unconscious.
Yeah, so... Yeah, because looking at this, there can be doubt of the murder weapon. So I'm trying to paint if Gant walked in here. If Gant walked in here and did the stabbing or the breaking of the pot against the skull or something like that, how would Gant have done this? And
it seems pretty pinpoint up until you realize when the lights came on, realizing Marshall was on top of Dark.
Yeah.
So it's like, it takes about 5 minutes for a person to bleed out. Yeah, that's all it takes. Yeah.
And again, that's more than enough time to once again clock him in the fucking head, and him for Dark to go unconscious before Marshall died. At least that's what I'm positing.
Theory.
I think we might have the same theory, but go ahead.
You spell your theory first.
That Gant came in after all this, and then I guess put Marshall's body on top of Dark.
I actually have a different progression of things.
Okay.
So Emma already declared that because the storm was going on, the lights went out. What if Gant came in, turned off the lights, so that way Emma wouldn't see what was going on, except for like if Miracle came by with the light in the window? She saw this and interpreted, oh god, Dark's gonna kill Marshall. Gant comes over with the pot, smashes it over Dark's head, and so Dark goes unconscious, but then he turns around and kills Marshall to get that suspected piece of evidence.
But here's the thing, though: if he, smashed, used the vase or whatever, why were the shards in the evidence room?
Well, because they fell. The pot fell.
Well, no, remember, this is his office, isn't it?
This is his office. Well, yeah, I mean, they could have also been found there.
Because remember, we saw the picture of the vase, right? I assume it was like in his office from that photo.
Yeah.
Or somewhere else, but I don't think it was in the evidence room.
Yes, it was.
The shards, yes, but the vase, it's like.
But if he smashed it over Dark's head, then all you need to collect is the shards.
So then, why were they on the floor in the evidence room, as if evidence itself?
I don't know, but that's we're still trying to solve that. But that's what I'm clocking is that Gant came in, turned off the lights, smashed a pot over this guy's head, Dark's head, and then killed Marshall to get to basically forge that evidence of Dark being the one killing. So sure, Jake was kind of right that this guy didn't kill his brother. Sure, let's go with that whole case scenario. But I guess it does put into question whether or not he is a serial killer or not. I think he still is, because you don't just kill after an accident unless you like it.
Exactly. Like there's no other reason to continue killing someone if the first one was an accident. At that point, your mind is broken and you enjoyed the act of killing.
Yeah. Why did they need evidence? Because as you still need to have evidence against a murderer. You can't just say he's a murderer and then arrest him. You still need murder. You still need evidence.
Can you imagine how much more filled prisons would be if people could do that?
Right? He turned himself in and he admitted it. Why didn't that close the case? Because they were most likely, I'm willing to bet that in that interrogation room, Gant wanted to go all the way. He didn't want to just be like, oh, you confessed to manslaughter and then the murder of maybe 6 people in retaliation of it, but Gant wanted to go for more.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure what Dark was probably thinking was that because he confessed to it, that he thought he'd be able to get a lighter sentence out of it. But of course,
Gant got greedy.
And not even just being greedy, what's the word I'm looking for? Any prosecutor or officer of the law would hear that, confession and would just still try and go for the maximum sentence possible.
Yeah, especially since he knows, I'm pretty sure he knew that Lana wanted to be prosecutor. So any promotion in the police field, off the table. So there's no need for Gant to worry about that. So using this to jumpstart his career, this would be like, no, we need to get him on the serial murder cases, not just on vehicular manslaughter. Yes, it. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that Gant got greedy. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, Gant got greedy. So I call it. I'm thinking it's either promotion or something that is power grabbing. So it's all Gant wanting a power grab. So, but again, these are just theories.
who knows what the evidence will bring up? These theories might change.
That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
Last witness, aka Emma.
Boy, that girl or that person, whoever was the witness, I'm sure was lucky they weren't chopped into pieces by Dark. I can just imagine him nudging Emma's like, ain't that right?
That's so terrible. That is so terrible.
I mean, we've seen how bad, like, fucking Gumshoe is reading the room.
Yeah. We still need to connect Lana and Gant. They were business partners. Not business partners. They were partners. They had the same office.
Well, I don't know if, like, technically they were partners, because remember, Gant was deputy chief.
He was the head detective. He was the head investigator. And Lana worked under her. Worked under him. About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag. Oh, it has a tag attached to it, which is the label SL9 incident. Brian, mentally imagine this for me.
Okay.
Paint it green.
Huh?
Paint it green and hide it behind behind a big K in front of a shield.
Oh! Oh, shit!
Because I'm like, the curve of that blade, the end of that blade is very significant.
Oh, shit, you're right.
I am so fucking smart!
That would explain why after that we don't see the sword with the shield.
I has good eyes. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that?
Fucking with it.
Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker.
It's in my hand right now, so that is a lie. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
What? What is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! Rub your neurons together like they're making love! This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
Wait a minute. Am I wrong? Evidence is faulty. Okay. I'm just like, hold on. Wait, maybe. Hold on. I'll take a look at it later. Okay, never mind. Let's keep moving. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
Yes, Gumshoe.
Real quick, show me the picture of the,
That's what I'm thinking. Like, we need to see the picture real quick. Yeah, the top right there is broken just like the switchblade.
Yeah, it was like just like the switchblade. Oh, wait, what if that knife right there on the armor was the murder weapon?
That could be one of the two. So that's what I'm saying. Like, moving on. You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. So it did break off. Shit. Hold on.
Now my brain is like, wait a minute. I thought I was being a genius for half a minute.
Right? Because they look the fucking same.
Damn it.
No. We're still gonna hold on to that.
Holding.
Because that was a good like theory that that you thought of. Like that's one of the moments where you were 3 steps ahead, and I feel like it was on the ball.
Yeah,
have it. It's okay.
Now we're holding on to that. Don't give up on that just yet.
Okay.
It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Put it back on the burner to cook. Did it match Mark Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Stab in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. Knife tip was in the wound. A knife tip was in the wound. Broken tip found in the victim's body belonged to murderer.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gantz.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
Chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card could unlock the door.
What? Really?
We still have the guest card, don't we?
Yeah.
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Well, then you didn't hear shit. Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
You didn't hear shit.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Fuck! Oh.
So, in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. No, don't we have that guest key card?
That's the thing, would that not work?
I wonder if there's something that we could show him that would make him change his mind.
That would make him change his mind.
Sorry, real quick, can you check the talk thing again?
The what?
See if we got all the talk things done. Talk.
Oh, the talking. Yeah. Yeah. Look at my badge. Look at my badge. Did you change my mind? Right there.
Alright, back to the underground parking lot then.
Maybe we're missing a piece of evidence. Okay, we're missing a piece of evidence. No one's here today. Not even Miss Star.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Alright. Nope.
Wait, no, you're right. I don't think there... I'm just going off what the guide says, so now we just gotta go to the prosecutor's office.
Oh, you got it. Not a problem. Edgeworth! How you doing, buddy? I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Hey, mind if I see what's on the floor? Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
Well, first and foremost, I'm starting to get a little hungry. Brian, would you be a kind dear, and while I figure this out, you grab dinner?
Yeah. That way you can also get food too?
Well, you should, but you need to eat dinner. You need dinner. But you need to not snack on chips when you need to. Well, then I'm hungry.
I know it's empanadas, so I'm hoping. But I just want to make sure I eat. That way we can keep going. I'll cover for Edgeworth, okay? Alright, so, hold on.
Where's that paper you threw on the floor?
I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth, this is right there!
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth! You like chess? Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing, crawling around my feet. He didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault!
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been adjustable. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either. Oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright! Please, you have to do something!
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Oh, look! Probably use it on his puppy.
He wants to proceed his war. Why does he leave it on the couch?
Yeah, you'd think he'd want to show the thing off more than that giant steel samurai. What is it?
This is the King of Prosecutors Award, right?
Of course it is. You know that.
I saw something that looked like this somewhere.
Something that looked like that?
Yeah, only different. Now, where was that?
She's right. Something's amiss here. Maybe I should show Edgeworth the item. Edgy boy. Edgy boy. Edgy boy. I'm not gonna... Edgy boy. Edgy boy. Talk to me. Talk to me. You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. It has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean, anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past?
He's asking me?
He's asking me?
Why can't he just accept it graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about the shield. Look, do you notice anything different? Yeah, don't you remember? The other shield in the court record?
I guess I better present the other shield. Okay, fair enough. Hey, Edgeworth, take a look at this picture. Look at this graph! This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gat's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King's Prosecutor's Trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Are these the chicken empanadas? I had to make sure. Like, I don't want to be like,
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple. Contradiction. That's what the reward's based on. Contra what? Contra what? This reward originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halibut, and the second means shield. Have you ever heard this story? Me? Oh no, sure, everyone knows that! Why did you tell them? For heaven's sake. Very well.
My turn.
Okay. Do you mind taking over so I can shove food in my mouth? Thank you, love.
Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Wonder if that's true. Oh, I see. So the chip shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. So did I.
Right?
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. It's almost like it was related to a murder case or something.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Chief Gant. Updated. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, given its current form.
Would you like me to take back over, or do you want me?
Take your time, don't rush it, okay?
Alright, then give it back. That way, unless you want to.
I can keep going.
Okay.
I better not I better not turn around after like one sentence and it's already gone.
Okay. Yeah, so Brian's gonna be taking control of the investigation for right now while I stuff food. But I will commentate as needed.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to. Nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Ain't nothing but a bad thing. Wait, and fuck! I ruined the joke, I'm sorry! Ain't nothing but a heartache. You know what I mean.
We got it.
Why does it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me.
You know, we can't help it, Edgeworth. You're just a lovable boy.
To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. But that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture? Something seems strange about it.
Oh, plenty of things are strange.
I already assume you showed the picture?
Yes, it was the shield.
Which is what led to this one?
Yes.
Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because he rewarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I can hold on for that. My belly's low.
I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
You know, the bait. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, so 100% that was bait. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
Yeah, he planned because he knew the body was going to be in Edgeworth's car. So he needed Edgeworth to go back to the office. Alright. I don't think I can really present anything to you. We already showed off the fact that, yeah, the sword thing needs to happen. So I think we're good to go back and give a certain gumshoe a certain letter of resignation. Unless I have to press about the resignation.
No, we're good.
Just wanted to see if there's any, like, things on it. Mill. Alright, Edgeworth? I love you. We're gonna solve this. I'm gonna go fuck off. Yeah, he was trying. He was trying to frame Edgeworth. Or at least put Edgeworth under hot water. Excuse me. Oh shit! Hi. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
I'll take it.
Cooked or uncooked?
Considering it looks rare, I'd say pretty raw.
Miss Star. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are a curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk.
Must have been one fucking freak. Like, let's be real. How else would it have happened?
Fair. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial has been involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence for the case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. I could beat you in the head, and that way there'd be no witness at all. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards all dates back to 2 years ago. What, did she steal your position? Did you feel betrayed at the fact she didn't want to be a detective or something like that? Did you have the hots for her or something?
Maybe.
Okay, yes, no, straight up. Like, dark investigation. The fact that you were involved in it and that you failed to produce anything worthy of bringing up into the case file? Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. For being a cough-up queen, you certainly didn't get him to cough up anything. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her. Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant! Yeah, you trailed the fucker for half a year, and you couldn't find anything on him?
They're suspicious.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Well, again, I'll be that cunt. Maybe if you all did your jobs a little better and found something after tailing him for half a fucking year, maybe we wouldn't have had to fucking evidence. I don't know. Is that just me? Am I crazy? You tail the fucker for half a year. You figure something would drop. But no, then you get pissed off that evidence was manipulated, even though all of you can clearly agree Joe Dark deserved it. Y'all! Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved from our duties. Well, wait, what, you were a witness to one of the deaths? Were you a witness? Why didn't you testify? Were you involved in one of the cases? Why didn't you testify? If you were proof enough, why didn't you testify? Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Now hold on, this legendary note. Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation, with Lana as second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he'd handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean...
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared to confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forensic evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? I mean, with all y'all being a bunch of fucking cocks about evidence and shit, no fucking wonder.
And for that I bequeath a boot to the head.
And one for Jenny and the Whip. Lana transferred to prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief.
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. Oh, I see what's going on here. Lana wanted to be a prosecutor, sure, there's no denying that Lana herself wanted to be a prosecutor, but selling her soul? Gant forged the evidence, and she used it not only to protect Jake, but also to protect her sister. But now that she's used false evidence, she essentially is under Gant's control. So she was played like a pawn, even though she did kind of get what she wanted. Alright. That must have been his goal all along.
But how can he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. Well, maybe if you put two brain cells together and make them like a good dinner like you supposedly are like to in Lunchland, maybe you'd realize if she was being used as a pawn, maybe, just maybe, she had little to no fucking choice. Maybe she had to be cold on the fact that, yeah, she had no choice because she sold her soul to kind of help out the man that she clearly had feelings for, or at least some case like that, and protect her sister. But no, you want to be a little cunt about it. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Why does it remind me how police were able to catch the Zodiac killer because they were tracking the wrong guy? It's easy enough to figure out who owns a vehicle. and witnesses to vehicular manslaughter, unless it was done in the middle of the forest.
I mean, of course they were attacking the wrong guy. They clearly should have been going for the Texas Senate.
Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay. Sure, buddy. We're gonna, well, okay.
Back to criminal affairs.
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna go. Hey, we're gonna go. We're gonna go. Bye.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files.
Who the
Jesus
fuck needs
Christ.
to make 150 copies of files?
Right? Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. What?
You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Ah.
Because he rides his desk. Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you to the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Oh no! What's this that fell out of my pocket? I just visited Edgeworth recently, so it must have been something from Edgeworth's office. Surely! Oh no, I hope Gumshoe doesn't see this!
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He stressed that his detectives had provided him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card.
Oh, Gumshoe, you son of a bitch, let's go! We can't do that if someone found out. He wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report!
Look at me. There's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may be already as good as terminated.
What?
So, at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
Alright, Detective. Thank you. Alright. Let's see. What did Joe do with the bodies? Time for Phoenix to get in the kitchen. It's more confusing the more you learn because of how, yeah, it's like this chase is so much more confusing because like what was he even doing in that year, in the half a year? From what I heard about the case, it was like the killers were one day until he turned himself in. No, for it to be considered a serial killer case, he must have hunted down the witnesses. So that's pretty what I'm thinking. But all right, Gumshoe, Godspeed.
I can just imagine, like, one of these days, whenever he actually has his brain cells just rubbing together, that sounds something like...
Here goes Mr. Wright. The fact that we can enter in. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you two to bail me out.
Gumshoe, what are you doing here? Again. Honey. Honey. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
You can't keep making the same fucking excuse. I didn't know you could slap a ghost.
Ghosts should not be able to be slapped in the first place.
Yeah, they should just get a boot to the head.
And one for Jenny in the whip. Gumshoe. What are you doing? You sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Why? Hey, don't do that to my card.
I don't know why we did that. I don't know why we did that.
Now,
I don't get it.
now he is just
Okay,
like,
Phoenix, I need you to give me 2 of your brain cells. Phoenix, thank you very much. Gumshoe, take 2 brain cells. Because, apologies for your crush card. And also the slap in the face. And also a boot to the head. And 1 for Jenny in the whip.
but I was just looking at his card and the broken, rumpled up card in his hand, like, I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I'm gonna have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
We're all in this
I knew you were gonna fucking do that.
together. I was in High School Musical on stage. Don't complain me. You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. All right, we gotta move. Come on. Nope, nope. All right. Question mark number 1. This is the real deal, isn't it? It's a weapon and these armors and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You
don't
have
even pay
any taxes to
taxes.
pay. Shh, be careful.
Stealing my line, you know, right?
If you're
Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? He's maybe hiding in this armor as we
I don't think he's fitting there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Oh no, we've met him. We know how scary he is. All right, so first and foremost,
We should probably talk to Gumshoe first.
We should go.
that's us to the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it here.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He did also himself at a New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaner lady who was in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Indeed.
Can I ask you something?
No, but go ahead. Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because of one of the S9 crime scenes? I mean, that's the only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Yes. Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No.
Huh?
He probably thinks we're like suspects in this scene, aren't we? No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now then let's look around a bit.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
What? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
We don't got the time. Games could be coming in at any moment, dude. Motherfucker, we do not have time for them hips, ands, water, butts.
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Sus.
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
We're gonna keep looking around. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.
I mean, he pretty much what we think of him.
Just taken on that day 2 years ago.
Today, Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? Okay. So I'm assuming this is legitimately the crime scene. This was Lana's desk. That sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even a dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gan must still keep it clean in memory of the partnership. They were the stuff legends were made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Yeah, it probably could be one of both.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash right through it and jump outside.
While Greenbird is playing.
Or there goes my hero.
Yeah. Oh, this is the 15th floor?
I know, I was just saying, aim for the bushes.
Saying what?
Aim for the bushes. Ever since being a detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams and instinctive motions that need to be stopped. Impulsive feelings.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that!
Alright, what am I looking? I'm kind of blinding in the dark. Desk? Is he anything in his desk?
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk!
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier.
Right, he had a piece of paper.
Oh, it's you, Chief Gant. He put that piece of paper he was reading at his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Deja vu.
Hey, look at the case name!
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
I said that. Evidence lists, normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess it wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
A list of evidence. Seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
Deja vu.
I've just been in this place before.
What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! She must be hiding something about that case!
It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. We're just gonna make a copy and put it in our pocket. Don't worry about it. Anything else?
The obvious safe.
Oh yeah, fair. I didn't want to
We're not thieves!
This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe? The word is ripe with intrigue.
What else would you call it? Okay.
Heidi box?
It looks like a code needs to be entered into this panel to open it.
What kind of code are we talking?
Gee, I wonder what it could be.
A 7-digit number. I think I'm.
Do you know what it is?
I have a feeling as well. Looking at because I needed to know how many numbers were in it to kind of determine. I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's...
No. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Yep. Why are we entering the safe? Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
I don't know. Figure it out. 777. Final ID card under the record.
What?
A number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777? That ID number?
I think you're 17 shy this time. It can only mean one thing. That's the Chief Grant's ID number.
Hey, anyone care to look inside?
We shouldn't, but I guess we're gonna commit a felony. Why not? I guess we're gonna commit a felony.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
$50. You know, the one that he promised you.
Look, it's
A shard from a broken cup?
The jar. It looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else here, too.
This looks like a piece of leather cloth.
Leather?
This is a handprint, isn't it?
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once.
What shirt? Who?
You think the chief made up the design?
No, I don't think so.
No, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it? And a broken shard from a cup?
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Alright. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Well, obviously. Obviously, there is something to show them. First and foremost, would you like to see my face? Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of the evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
There it is! The brain cells are working! They're working hardcore!
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Fuck it! Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a Ricky can do.
Totally.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
Like, piece this together again. To prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding the evidence. Here goes.
Okay.
There! It's like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of the jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But
Hey guys, get a load of this.
What is...
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
Huh? What do you mean it's different, other than the red marks?
what the hell? There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
To hide the fact that he used it to bash Dark's head in. Unstable jar updated. Okay. And then I have to prove the fabric. With the handprints on it. Alright, we can use fingerprint stuff. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So, you want him to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Oh, that's...
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead. Take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes! We're talking about that cloth you found in the safe!
Oh, I know that. The one with the handprint on it, right?
Yes, sir.
Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
We are literally on a time crunch, my dude! Boot to the head. And one for Jenny and the Wimp.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check out for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. And once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times.
Alright, let's get this over with.
Alright, pick a finger. Let's do this one that seems to be the most dark. Alright, so... I'm just gonna cover the whole thing. Because apparently it likes to be that particular of how much fucking aluminum powder I need to fucking waste in order to get this done. If this doesn't do it, I will call shenanigans. Now, it's not Gans. Interesting. Could be Emma's.
Oh no.
Emma, why are your handprints on this? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints are they?
About that.
It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst, hey, you, over here.
That's me.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Psst, hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are those kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
You were paying attention, you son of a bitch. Don't ask me. Just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Thank you.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gunt!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog right into a bowl. That's when I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
It's time to run. It is time to run. It is time to run. Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir.
Now get out.
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too then. Wait. You. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word.
But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright, I am not comfortable leaving a 17-year-old with a grown man by herself without
Nope.
supervision.
It's your sex turn.
Huh?
Isn't she 16?
She's 17.
No, Maya was 17.
Oh, Maya was 17. She's 16. Fuck. I really don't feel comfortable leaving a 16-year-old with you.
Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
Trust me, he's not gonna have a job soon, especially when I add him as a pedophile.
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew he'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen evidence Chief Gant was hiding his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why was she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
She's using Emma as blackmail for Lana. Most likely, and I'm willing to bet this, Emma did something. And Lana is now, like, protecting her. Because maybe she did something she doesn't remember what happened.
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
Make sure Emma's okay while you're doing it.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
I don't like this.
Yeah, I'm wanting to bet if Emma threw the vase, but used it to kill Marshall.
Oh, that's even more diabolical! Gant turned off the lights, Emma panicked, grabbed the vase, smashed it over Dark's head, made Dark go unconscious in the darkness, and then Gant killed Marshall so that he could finally get his evidence. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh no.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth.
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Not my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story.
Alright, we need to talk, bitch. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. What?
Sorry, I was like looking through Twitter real quick, and it just occurred to me.
Hmm?
This is unrelated, but this is like about Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah?
You know how Ultima kept calling Clive Mythos,
Yeah?
and how he wanted to fuse with him?
Yeah?
Ultima Mythos.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy.
Yep, Ultima Mythos. Final Fantasy. That's when it hit. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so. Because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Well, I'm flipping my hair up.
Well, yeah, what else would you be doing this for?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more likely. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What's this person's name?
Take that!
Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a little bit more of what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as an... Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Bitch, I got half a fucking evidence list. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for it? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edward's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL6 incident. SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another. So, Angel did see something. She did see a stabbing, but it was re-stabbing. Basically, she was stabbing a dead body. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. So I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand?
Yes. It seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It was part of the trophy, wasn't it? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reports would have had a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf to hide it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muff.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL96 had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
Yep. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything! Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago?
Angel pisses me off a little bit.
How so?
It just so happened that she was there at the correct time to see the high prosecutor stab into a body.
Are you implying that Gant sent her over there to take the pictures?
Yep. To get Lana finally off.
Eh,
Yeah, and then finally take control of whatever prosecution has. Because if they are able to blame the full of prosecution, then the police force could take full control. Alright. Are we ready to go, or do we want to stop now? Because I'm willing to go as far as it takes.
Yeah, because remember, we have the trial former and then 2 trial ladders.
Okay. That's fine. I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go? If you are not ready to go, we can wait until next week.
Yeah, it looks like the longest part is going to be the second trial ladder.
Okay. But do you want to keep going?
Fuck it.
Let's do it. Fuck we ballin'. Let's go. Do you know where my Dr. Peppers are? My 2 Dr. Peppers? My 2 liters? Okay. Shit. Okay. Then don't worry about it. Okay, then I'll wait for you. What do you guys think? While Brian's doing that stuff, I'll wait for him. What do you guys think? What do you guys believe? Fucking we ball. I think we're gonna try and finish this tonight, if at all possible. I would like to. Being that it's like we're so close to the end, and it's just we have all this information now already here. We might as well see it through to the end with the information instead of forgetting what happened. Speedrun the shit, Lamau. It's one of your favorite cases. Really? It's one of your favorite cases. Okay. Me? I'm frustrated at it, but I understand why. I understand why it all happened. So my frustration is more towards the incompetency. So yeah. So I'm just like, Gant's gonna die. Honestly, it's whatever you're comfortable with. If you can't continue, don't. But you've gotten the hook. But I do have the hook. It's not my favorite case, but I like it though. If you think you can, go for it. It's well because Emma's my favorite character on the case. Do you still fear? I do not fear him in terms of like, oh god, he keeps me awake at night. It's more of just the power he wields makes me know that he is a dangerous adversary, and that going up against him is going to be a very much a big mind game. Would that make sense? So it's like, and mind you, if you're a member, I can't believe I'm fucking shilling a plug. If you're a member, if you need to go to sleep, if you're a member, you will get immediate access to this episode right after the stream ends. So you can always come back and watch it if you need to go to bed, if you're a member. But otherwise, I am truly and deeply curious how this is going to end. I'm hoping it ends well, because it's very much proven that Gant's a power-hungry mad. So Gant is a very scary man, but his breakdown animation is even better because of it. Lamau. It's red white case on steroids. That's fair. Red white case on steroids. That is absolutely fair. You can keep going because Night Owl varies. My sister made fucking baller empanadas. So I'm trying to sidetrack because I'm still waiting for Brian. My sister and I like to cook. And so she wanted to make empanadas today, and because I can't have ground meat of any kind, empanadas are a little hard for me. It's because I can't have ground meat. So she made specifically chicken empanadas for me. So I'm just like, oh, so yeah, I'm very, very happy about that. Gant is the boss battle in this case. Oh, 100%. Question: go to bed is a weird human concept called sleep. I don't know what that is. You okay? Humbling. Empanadas. Yeah, we're basically HA with E. Empanadas. And they're so good. He's a scary version of red white, right? Yeah. I was tempted to ask why you can't have ground meat not to intrude. Texture. I have a texture issue. So I love the smell of hamburgers and all that stuff and ground meats and all that stuff, even meatloaves. Like, they're delicious. But I can't eat them physically because ground beef triggers my tongue in a negative way. Thank you. It triggers my tongue in a negative way where I immediately start gagging and vomiting. So, there's been days where I'm like, Brian, let me try. Brian, go for it. Brian, let me try your hamburger. Please, let me try your hamburger. It smells so good. Please, let me try your hamburger. And I'll try it and be like, "Bleh!" And I'm just like, I'm so mad. Because one, I'll have vomited up what smelled so good, but two, I would have wasted Brian's food. So I was just like, I've stopped at trying to force myself to eat ground meat and just go with what I can physically. But yeah, Brian, are you ready to go? Huh? Okay, are you ready, chat? Orange Man is that hamburger. Just swallow the bird. I can't. I literally can't. Well, Steven Ross, you are a member, so you'll immediately have access to this once the stream is ended. So if you need to go to sleep and you need to charge your phone, it will still be there. Let's go. Let's do this! Ready, set, go! This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if... Edgeworth?
I guess I'll read it in. Something's been happening behind the scenes.
Because it can't be my defendant, and it can't be Emma. Yep, it's Edgeworth. Edgeworth.
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. With the owner of the 777777 ID number that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach the verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't officially been charged with anything.
True, not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright. IG Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it!
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Asshole. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out about Chief Ant has on her, it's now. Just realized Edward ain't got no eyebrows.
Yeah, for real though, if there are people that need to go to sleep, please go to sleep.
Please sleep. Do not skip sleep for the stream.
We literally have a warning right there on the bottom left of the stream to not skip work or sleep for this.
Oh shit, sorry, man.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth his opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
What? Chief can't.
I like how you just like faded in on that. That's fucking hilarious.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Uji. Been back in the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Ho, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
I don't like the fading silence. I don't like this wait.
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Yep.
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman
Huh?
in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
Oh,
Lana!
Objection!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Oh, shit!
well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation, but that's a pretty fucking stupid right. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening!
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Edgeworth?
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth?
Thank you, Edgeworth! Get in there!
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage could certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm?
Oh no, now you fucked with him.
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gat.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be.
Let's go, Edgeworth!
With the stunning confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request.
Okay. I can't believe I'm saying this. Edgeworth might be one of my favorite characters. I wanted to choke this boy with his fucking necktie, with like neck thing, whatever. Is it an ascot? Ascot?
We're calling it an ascot. I don't give a fuck what anyone be like. Well, actually,
Like whatever the fuck his little fluffy neck thing is. I wanted to choke him with it. I see such growth in the boy. He has such great growth. I like it. This has just proven to me how great of a character he can be. He grew on me. Holy shit, fucking Edgeworth grew on me!
Yeah, especially how many times you fucking dunked on him in the last couple of cases.
Exactly! I was so pissed off at this man! I was just like, please, let me shove my heel into your fucking mouth! But like, okay! Edgeworth might be one of my favorite characters. Which is why I you know, Investigations doesn't sound like a bad time. If it's with Edgeworth, it doesn't sound like a bad time.
I mean, I don't know. It was... Nah, never mind.
Okay. I'm just like, okay, the character developing wildland. Alright.
That's okay with you, right, Chief Gunt?
Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma oh, sorry.
Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand.
Cravat. Cravat. It's a cravat. I will be more respectful to his cravat.
Nah, I'm gonna still call it an ascot.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Alright, Emma, get your ass in here.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Sky. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark Killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then.
Thank you, Judge. He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
Basically, Edgeworth's handing me the reins at this point. The trip to yesterday has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Alright, come on, sweetie. I know it's gonna hurt, but come on.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
That's not correct.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. But Phoenix, you do.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Alright. Well, first things first, I need to have a question with you about a certain detail that is completely incorrect. That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage?
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown to the side and the three became wrestling with each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
I don't have any reason to lie. Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
In that instant.
Here's the thing. I need all of the information that you told me. You're not telling me the entire thing. You're not presenting the entire thing. Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. I need to hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
No, I need to know about this picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
What?
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once. The scenes with the... Hold up.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken?
But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew. It reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man.
It's not lost.
It's right here.
Right? I'm hoping this is right. I'm hoping this is right. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. Into drawing it. And yet you would insist on denying its existence.
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SO9 incident?
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this?
Yes, what is that?
I didn't even realize. I thought it would be on the list! I didn't even think about looking behind it! I'm stupid! I didn't think about looking behind it! Oh my god, I'm dumb! Ah! I'm so dumb!
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? Huh? These lists there. They're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete.
Incredible! You did the incorrect formula and still got the correct answer! Mickey's detective instincts kicked in at that moment. Like, yeah, that's fair.
These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in the case ever reached you.
What? What?
Order! Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that's...
Your Honor!
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
No, I've seen pictures of my eyes bulging from my head, and I'm nowhere close. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more drawing on the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see.
The joke of what do gamers not do? Look up. What do lawyers not do? Read the backside of paper.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Blue badger?
The blue fucking badger?
Remember, we did... Oh my fucking god.
What?
Do you remember the very beginning of the case?
Yes. Actually, no, it's foggy. Remind me.
The very first video that we saw of this case, we saw that blue fucking badger.
The fucking badger was in the room. That badger was in the goddamn room!
That thing was that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence was destroyed and updated in the report.
Hold on, he's gonna look at this shit.
Very well. Witness?
Hold it. Fuck off. Fuck off. Shh.
The hell? It's sideways?
Why is it sideways?
Wait a minute. Wait. Something's not.
You're thinking of that from the top?
Oh my god, from the top! Fucking get through the fucking thing in his head! Get through the damn thing in his head!
I never would have thought about this.
Oh,
God
that's
damn you.
brilliant as shit! Oh, that's brilliant as shit! Oh, that's brilliant! That's brilliant! Oh my god! That is brilliant! Oh my god! That is brilliant! Oh my god! That is fucking brilliant! Get through the... He fucking went... Yeet! Oh my god! Oh my god, that's fan-fucking-tastic! Oh my god! Oh, that's genius!
Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor!
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
Don't spoil shit.
And now it's a hat. This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
No, you're only showing me half the image, sweetheart.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Alright, no, honey. You're only showing us half an image. I need you to show the other half, please.
Hold it!
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in our mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
That's strange. She claims it's exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Yeah. You can't confirm that it was you can't confirm that it was Joe Dark, first and foremost. Because if this is the insinuation here, then Marsha would be holding up the blade. A few days ago, the flash of lightning was so bright I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. I mean... That include the top part of the picture? I'm sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene!
It wasn't influenced by any way for me to talk to the detectives. What?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Okay. What to pull here? 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 What do I need to pull here? I need to pull something I'm not really sure. How to combat her memories. Should I present this picture again to combat her memories? I'm thinking I bring this up again because it's like, okay, who can you remember who was who? Like, if you can't, then it's like, okay, but okay. What? I need to step back. I'm going too far ahead. I need to step back. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
What?
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
Right. Well, this wouldn't necessarily negate the fact that someone's getting stabbed.
Are we sure about that?
Single stab wounds piercing heart and lung, died from blood less than 30 minutes. I mean, are we gonna bring back the fact that she said chest, not back? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember that it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Can I just I'm thinking it's this. It's a blunt end. It's not a sharp blade. Whatever he was trying to stab him with is not a sharpened point. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife and the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see that its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence! See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too!
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer!
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
What?
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken!
What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. What does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure if she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence?
Treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
So we were right.
Yep. So Dark had a blunt knife? Or was it Marshall that had the blunt knife? I'm willing to bet it was Marshall who took the blade out from his trophy. I don't know. There's a lot of things that could be happening.
Maybe Dark came in and took off the sword?
Maybe.
Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. That man really was holding a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon.
You're agreeing?
There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Oh, gee, I don't know. Hey, Edgeworth, you want to bring your trophy around to kind of show off how smart you are?
Gee, Edgeworth, how come Mom lets you hold two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Nope, there is one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error.
You're right.
In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Take a look at my trophy.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at chat. Like, what do you mean light arrow reference?
Huh? Nice light there. If I did, it was completely unintentional.
Anyway, if anything's broken here, it's you.
Huh?
I mean, Phoenix is pretty busted in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Oh, that's not what we're talking about?
No.
I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that...
Oh, I was wrong? Damn it. Sorry, Your Honor. Murder weapon was... Okay, Oh! The picture! Stupid.
What did you present?
The trophy. The trophy. You know, the thing that's missing the blade! I have to show the blade instead of showing the thing the blade came from. I'm sorry!
That fucking reminded me of Jello's video on Ace Attorney where it's like, you presented the banana. What you needed to present was the photo of the banana.
It's like, yeah, sure, okay. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. The picture... Oh, sorry.
This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edwards? It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the reward Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife! I am 4 parallel universes ahead of you!
For real?
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witnesses saw was all in all likelihood from this award.
Order.
I want some shrimp fried rice, and I want a shrimp to fried it.
You telling me your shrimp fried this rice?
See, Neil Marshall was rewarded King of Prosecutors that day. As a reward, he was given this broken shield and a knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was a murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Ah!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on? Okay.
I mean, it would make sense because he would know that the knife was on the trophy.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is that Neil was attempting to kill... Actually, I think Neil might have been attempting to kill Dark. Because apparently, according to his brother, he was capable of killing. And so, however, throwing the vase kind of threw a wrench into things. But I think he was genuinely trying to protect Emma, and it turned from, oh god, prosecuting job, to, oh god, Emma's in trouble. So...
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to the conclusion.
Wait! I remember now! I remember everything!
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
Is this? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony.
Please and thank you.
Oh no, see, Kawaii Fallout. No, that wasn't a like thoroughfare. That was literally just a meme of like these two kids. One of them's holding like 2 hot dogs in his hand, and the other kid goes, "Gee, how come Mom lets you have 2 hot dogs?" Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? It should be interesting.
Now that's the mix-up.
Nah, that's the fucking vase flying at one of their heads.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defenseman...
Stop!
Bitch, you fucking
Please,
interrupt me?
don't pursue this any further!
Don't fucking interrupt me, bitch.
Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
You can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please attend the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Lana, I'm willing to bet Gant was threatening Lana with Emma. And I think that's what's going on. And I think in doing this, Gant will try and attack Emma. I saw the man raise his knife. I panicked and rushed towards both. Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
He seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. Yes.
But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. That dark eye knocked me down. All I could think was, I've got to help that other person.
Knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was an... Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. I finally remember!
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had cause enough emotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't see his face with the winning smile and all?
That's right, but I'm still remembering. So remember, he had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was.
What was it that Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I think I might know. Blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, and those who do not bend to the whims of the binary, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger lookalike.
I present to you a lovely lesson in perspective. The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, it doesn't look anything like the blue badger! Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show him the correct angle to look at this from. So I gotta Nope. Is this it? Wait, no. Maybe
I think it's the other way around.
It's the other way. It's the other way. There we go. And then, yeah. So hold on. Yep. There. Yep. Oh, yep. Right there. Look at that. Look at that shit.
Take that!
This isn't right. I gotta make it more like that. What?
Allow me to remind the defense's case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness draw, we cannot accept this claim.
I gotta find the right angle. Maybe I should just rotate it vertically a little more horizontally. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it! Gotta show them the correct angles. I was right though. So like, I'm like, because I'm willing to bet. Hold on. I'm trying to match up the width of the head. Does it make sense? I'm trying to match the width of the head with potentially what could be seen. So maybe, I mean, this could be potentially it. Yeah. Wait. Closer. Just trying to. I'm just being like meticulously accurate. Yeah.
Bring it up a little more.
Like up, like this.
Other way.
That's good. Yeah, that's kind of looking like it. Yeah.
It's like a smidge more.
Like that? I feel like. Too much. I'm trying to get the perfect fucking angle. You all see it, right? You all see it. I'm not crazy. You all see it, right? Yeah. Here. I think this is it. Down. Yeah, like that. Yeah. This has to be it.
Take that!
Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
No. It can't be.
The lid. Freeze!
Order.
Egg drop soup.
The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Why was it hovering in the air, Edgeworth? I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
We know that it's different from murder weapon. I'm willing to bet the murderer. Because if this was to clock someone in the head, his location is the same thing. It's in front of the goddamn big ass fucking window. Murder weapon we already know is the knife that was used in the statue. I'm thinking it's the murder. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
You could have picked any of them and it'd be fine.
Oh.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Well, yes, well, knowing this, where could you see this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Grant.
Gant.
Gant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Or
Yes. I still think he'd throw it, but right now I'm saying what Phoenix is saying. I think Gant fucking threw that thing across the goddamn room.
why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason is, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She says she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall?
Ladies and gentlemen, and those who have not been to the limbs of the binary, may I draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf and the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Oh my god!
Which means that it
He
wasn't.
fell onto the fucking spear!
He literally fell on my knife.
The motherfucker fell on a knife! We were right. My brain just went, that spear is important. No, it couldn't be. That spear can't be important. Ain't no way. Oh, fuck it. Oh my god! Oh my god!
It was literally Chekhov's.
Oh my god! Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding a knife prosecutor's trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. This is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall, that's why Lana was protecting her.
That means Emma accidentally killed Neil. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Yeah. I can't scream that loud.
Yeah, it's already like 10 in our time zone.
Lana. I never imagined her. Oops, sorry. I got so heavily emotional in this. I'm like, "Ah!"
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
And that's why Lana was protecting her. Because either Lana witnessed it
Or she knew.
and Gant used it against her. That's why Gant was holding it against her.
But why?
To control the chief of police, chief of prosecution. Both of them would have been elevated from the promotion because of this incident. But Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. She never wanted to stay a detective. But with her under his thumb, he could essentially do whatever falsified evidence he wanted. Von Karma thrived under him.
Oh, fuck, you're right. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her?
Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. It wasn't Lana. Lana had no idea. I think Lana had no idea until Gant told her. Lana didn't move the body, Gant did!
It was on his side of the office.
If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. Even if we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message.
What evidence would supply that?
Oh, it's there.
Sorry, I'm like, my brain is like, wait a minute. Fucking left a message? What the fuck do you mean? Like, is it, hello? 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 I mean, this doesn't look like a blood splatter. I'll be quite honest, this does not look like a blood splatter.
I was sure about that.
Dark red stains must be blood traces of the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's office has relied from me. Now, if only I could fucking see you without your fucking thing! How do I wish I could fucking hide the fucking thing.
Alright, that'd be nice.
Wait a minute. That's an M. Did they write Emma? Did they write? Sorry, I'm like trying to spin this so I can fucking You spin me right round, baby, right round.
You can hit X to zoom in.
This is as far as I can zoom in. E. It's hard to argue if that's an A. But I could see an E and I can see an M. That's hard to argue that this is an A. But I can see no other word that you could possibly put in here. It's fucking Leon all over again. God damn it. It's fucking Leon all over again. God damn it.
Technically, didn't this come first before Leon?
I believe so. Yes.
For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly.
It took him 10 minutes to die.
He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I think we're back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. If I'm right, this message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
If this says Emma. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, he was just going to speak the killer's name.
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there was a line here. Drawn in blood.
So
So what you're saying?
Wait, can we use aluminum on it?
Maybe? These dots were once lines?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I connect these dots to make the letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Okay. I got it all right.
Yeah, that should be it. Like, if you literally can't tell that's an E from that, then this entire courtroom is stupid.
Right. The defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life.
Was Emma Sky.
And Gant posed the entire thing.
Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you.
She was 14.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Ack.
Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death.
Is he really innocent, though?
Yeah, was he innocent though?
Not only that, you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Rah.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice?
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no life matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
Actually, it can be. What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
He might have sent an innocent man to his death.
How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order. Tell me what you want to fucking eat.
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial's headed, no one knows.
Yeah, here's the issue that before we continue forward, because I do want to continue forward. Are you good? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good to keep going because I know again we have the trial ladder and then the second trial ladder.
Yeah, so I'm good to keep going.
Yeah, thankfully this one doesn't seem to be that long, and there's only like 2 testimonies and then another recess.
Oh, are you hungry? Is that why you're meowing so much? Because it's 10:30?
That way I can also explain why this is actually a big deal. So the reason why Gant's such a power-hungry ass about what? The reason why Gant is such an ass about this is that unfortunately he is correct in a sense. And I can only equate this to modern day law, so that way all of you can kind of understand kind of what's happening here. Me and you all can agree a serial killer is a serial killer. They should be charged and judged for their crimes in full, not just what they're being charged for. So it's a matter of, it's saying, for example, when we were talking about Joe Dark's vehicular manslaughter versus his serial killing, it's a matter of which one will he be charged with. He may not be charged for all of it. That's why when you think of like certain politicians or like certain people of power only being charged for certain things but not the entire lineup of their crimes, that's kind of what Gant's getting at. Gant was slamming this guy as a serial killer for the final murder, not for the previous, I believe, 5 murders before then. Yeah, he got tried for the one guy he did not kill. But it was used as decisive evidence as proof of serial behavior. So that's why Joe Dark got the death sentence. So it's a matter of what exact crime he committed than his reputation. Exactly. So we have essentially, in the eyes of the law, in the eyes of Japanifornia, we have sent an innocent man to die. We basically killed an innocent man. That's nothing to say of what he's done in his past. We judged him for one crime. The one crime is his final murder, because that was all the evidence was able to pull. They couldn't pull evidence from his vehicular manslaughter or the 5 other previous deaths he committed. He could only pull evidence from the one case, and that's the one charge that he got, which basically in the court of law would assess that he was worth the death penalty. Being that in that case he is now conceived as innocent, it doesn't matter if he killed like all 5 people, 200 people before then, went on a spree and committed war crimes. It doesn't fucking matter. He got sent to die when he was innocent of a crime. That's the problem. And that's what's getting slammed on by Edgeworth. Because in this law jurisdiction, that's why prosecution is heavily involved in evidence, because prosecutor is who is in the know of what is to be used to prosecute. That's why, yeah, prosecutors will go hard. Prosecutors will even forge evidence. But they are held responsible for the evidence presented against the person that they are trying to prosecute. They are the ones, essentially, to decide what happens to the defendant if the judge bends their way. So it technically is on Edgeworth. It technically is. Let's be fucking fair. It doesn't mean it's right. None of us can agree it's right. You don't just commit vehicular manslaughter and then just kill 5 more innocent people just because for trauma reasons. You do it because you like it. But the one case that this guy was charged for, he was innocent. And thus, it falls on Edgeworth for charging the death sentence on an innocent man. Yeah. So yeah. That's why there's statute of limitations in place. That's why it's so important when a crime is committed to report it immediately rather than just let it fester. Yeah, we are in a pickle. But basically, it's now on us to try and redirect the blame to Gant. We have to redirect the blame to Gant. So. Alright, how you feeling?
You think Joe Dark's favorite song was Mo Murder by Bone Thugs and Harmony?
You know, wouldn't blame it. Alright, let's go.
Wee.
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Oop.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Thank you. Your new brain cell counts 12. Oh wait, Gumshoe! What is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty.
Again?
To top it off, you called me here. I see happy people. You said this shit before.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break at today's trial, which I could have sworn he was about to be fired from Gant.
Yeah, evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. Oh! The 2 main rules of evidence law!
Yeah. You must know the true rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You can at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message? Probably go die, see you in hell, I hate you, fuck you.
Eat shit and die. She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Alright, I need to read this book. Fuck, give me the book! Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence securely slips in the pocket. All that.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though.
No, shut up. Bitches gotta read. The girl who's on book talk needs to read. Hold on. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay.
So someone tell me we're gonna have to memorize those rules really closely.
It's just these two, but luckily they're very specific. So this may be where I go out of control, because you know me. I'm gonna step 5 steps ahead to make sure that evidence presented is either relevant, is gonna have to be both relevant to the case of trial and must be approved by the police department. So basically there must be a history of police showing it. If there was a police handle on it, then it technically proves approval.
Well, knowing you, it's not going to be 5 steps ahead. You're going to be like 4 parallel universes ahead.
Probably. Probably.
Ain't no way you're going to backwards long jump out of this one. All it says now is the chief prosecutor sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth! The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more?
Yes.
You gotta be kidding me, pal.
28 stab wounds! That's how serious I am! You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Alright, I'm also preparing my finger for the bullshit button. I need to prepare my fingers for the bullshit button. I feel like I'm gonna be using... I feel like I'm gonna be using this button. Bullshit! Oh, that hurt. Bullshit! There we go. I feel like I'm gonna be using this button a lot.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Well, thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for the witness, but, this isn't easy to say. I could try to remember what was this about? Yeah, I forget it. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that out loud. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? Well, there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
I should be able to call forth witnesses, motherfuckers, in the first place.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, the trial is as good as over.
Defense calls... Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Is this Gantt time?
Detective Gumshoe, you motherfucker, get over here.
Detective Gumshoe! It's Gantt time. It's Gantt time. Damon Gantt. The defense calls Damon Gantt to the stand.
Damon Gantt? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh?
I want to play with your balls, what?
What? I would not touch it with a 5-foot pole!
No, just go up to like one of those punching bags that you like, you know, keep going like this.
Does it brrrr?
Yeah, exactly. Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
All righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Funny how you're so gung-ho about that fact now.
Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this. Uh-huh. Music fade out.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
I literally just joined the lawyership, and I've been going at this for less than 2 years. You literally have no hold on my balls. Get the fuck over yourself!
You are aware, of course,
that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Are you threatening a legal force within the vicinity of a courtroom, sir? Are you really taking that public stance of threatening a legal representative, you know what I mean, representative, in a legal courtroom? Is this truly the hill you wish to die on?
Plus, I have a kind of weapon you'll never have. A boot to the head.
And one for Jenny and the Whip. Weapons?
sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Which is... I feel like that's not something that should be the case.
That should not be the case legally at all.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial.
With that said, can I have $50?
Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
What does gung-ho mean? It's like, gung-ho. All like excited about it, all like energized about it. Brian's looking up the exact definition to make sure we get that correct.
Unthinkingly enthusiastic and eager, especially about taking part in fighting or warfare. Imagine a barbarian just so eager to get into that bloodlust, that battlefield.
Yeah.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. And I went to my office. I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crimes. As you can see, I had nothing to do with a forgery.
Oh, you're full of shit. You are so full of bullshit. So full of bullshit that you are just so engrossly deep within the smell of bullshit. Just saying. Dolores!
I say wait till because it's plastic.
Oh, right. Him! He was lying on the floor unconscious, my bad. When Emma said Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
So, real quick, did Emma push him into the sword?
Yeah, Emma basically pushed him away from Dark, not realizing that
okay,
the roles
okay.
were reversed.
Got it.
Yeah, so
I see. Everything seems pretty clear cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
Did we just not want to bullshit and let me, you want me to tell you what to
how many
press?
times do I have to push? Just give me how many times I need to push, and I'll figure it out.
For this one, it doesn't look like there's anything to press.
All right, then I will. I will determine.
There's a statement you gotta contradict.
Power outage. We can already confirm power outage, but I found Lana there. She had already arranged the crime scene. As usual, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Let's see. Okay. I'm thinking it's either going to be the incident files naming him as someone who's part of this investigation, or bringing up this evidence list, so because he did tear it halfway through and it was found in his desk. So I'm thinking it's one of the two. Am I in the right direction?
Right evidence, wrong statement.
Okay. Oh shit, didn't mean to press. How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk?
That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway,
I'm willing to bet it's... well, let me see. When I went to my house, I found Lana there. Long story short, just either requesting him that day. Okay. I want to take a swing and think it's the incident files by naming him specifically as head investigator, or it's going to be the evidence. I'm willing to take the evidence as to show that he had half of the evidence he was part of the forgery because he didn't give all the evidence in.
you claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
All rise for the FGC anthem. Somebody's getting fucked. Somebody's getting fucked. But yeah, you could have presented the evidence list or the unstable jar.
Ah, okay.
That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on.
This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. Was found inside your safe.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence.
He's got you there.
Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
Don't fire the boy. At least take away a brain cell.
Let's take brain cells!
What?
The detective comes to Sally Shops at Glover Hill and end up paying to work.
I feel like that's where we're heading anyway. I mean, what? Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together.
We know what it equals to. It equals to a fish. Come on. Get with the times, Grandpa.
Note, you can present a strip of cloth on the final statement, but in case you didn't get the memo via evidence law, Rule 2 states that unregistered evidence... So for now, hold on to it. And so a strip of cloth is proven to be connected to this case, so there you go. That's another thing you could have done.
Oh, that's the other thing I could have done? Okay, cool.
Yeah, but...
We already did the next one.
Yeah. You're on the ball.
Let's see, what was it now? A jaw fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Okay, this time there is a statement you gotta press.
There's one.
Yes.
You got it.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Only if you get away with it, motherfucker.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Haji, in return.
I know, that place, right? Oh.
What are these guys? Telepathic? I'm hoping you're talking about a swimming location! Alright. Let's think
Hold
about
on, because I know we're like talking about that place. I know where this is going.
Alright. I know you can put them in my office anyway. You can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found...
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? Would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. Oh, we know it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? Sorry.
Right. The Chief was talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. The remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it.
There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That is fair.
That in itself is a sufficient enough motive. Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yeah. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is.
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
You did it for Lana.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open. G, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
I would say you did do it for someone else for the benefit of using them as a pawn. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ha! Ha! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Would there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, one would have helped. He would have helped. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone else? Yes, Lana. True, you might not help anyone out for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
I mean, not in that kind of a way. That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped for as evidence?
Lana.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL-9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with
Judge?
I'm sorry, Judge. I gotta give you this boot to the head.
And one for Jenny and the Wimp.
Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief! You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Again, you're threatening a legal representative in a literally illegal body. What the fuck?
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Say what?
Say what?
Order.
I think this time I'm going to take sweet and sour chicken. Just leave off the sauce. I just want the chicken.
Nah, give me lemon chicken. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency.
Yeah. And?
I forget. I know this is like random outside, but since you keep bringing up Chinese food,
Yeah.
did I ever take you to that one restaurant downtown in San Antonio? The one that, like, I told you started my love for beef and broccoli?
Yes, you did. It was really good.
To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible.
You're vaguely threatening in a courtroom! I
Yes,
said... Order. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier-to-understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright.
Motherfucker trapped him is like, oh, I got you. I got you. You are now trying to charge this motherfucker with you are officially charging a high-ranked officer.
There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Yes.
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us his evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Okay. Right. Your ID number. This would be... I'd have to say, you'd have to confirm your ID number for in front of the court.
Yeah,
Now
'cause-
he's officially being charged.
Wait, before, double check on the evidence real quick? Yeah, see, because we still don't have a name on that one.
So we still need to get him to confirm it. Now that he's being officially charged as part of the murder, he has to confirm.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. The 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room the day of the crime.
Order, order!
Interesting look there you have, Gant.
Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Interesting look, sir.
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I would demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum instead of the law.
Bullshit. You're full of shit. You're not gonna say shit. You're not gonna do shit. You want this fucker down too. You are my team, motherfucker. Don't start with that. Bullshit.
But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, do you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Doing a lot of thinking. Sorry guys, I'm thinking real fucking hard. That he went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. So this is in question of Goodman meeting Chief Gant.
Yeah.
Would have to be before this.
Let me know if you need help.
The note. I'm willing to bet Goodman didn't write it himself. This was written for him. He didn't write this himself. This was a guide. Basically, I will meet you to discuss this case. That's what I'm thinking.
Are we sure about this?
Because I can see really no other potential.
No, there is.
There is. Okay. There would be no reason for us to think that it would be his lost ID. Wait, it was unfinished. Yep. Goodman's lost ID report can only be submitted to the chief of police. I'm like, wait a minute. He was writing something and it could only be submitted to... Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give it to the report to the chief of police. Yet here you are in possession of that report, which means you can't be sure he filled it. He filled it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
She needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form from you, Chief Gant. Form 212 you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him?
Where you did the dirty deed done cheap.
by penetrating him with a very long and phallic object. Non-sexually, of course. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next.
All right, Joseph.
I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly.
But wait, there's more. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. Yes, he did. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No!
Oh shit.
Fucking Zeus up in here? What the fuck?
Chief Gantz, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
No, that's pretty much how it went.
I mean, you didn't ask. You didn't ask permission. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief remove the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Hey, look at my attorney badge. To move the body, we're gonna use the parking stub because we're gonna prove that it's Edward's car. Most likely. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
You also could have used the screwdriver.
That too, but you know the parking stub was literally just there. So
No, that's fine, that's fine. But you know, now that I think about it, it would make sense because that's probably how we opened the trunk.
Yep.
A parking stub. Miles Edgeworth? You mean...
He didn't ask you for permission. The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
You mean I carried the victim's body?
Precisely so.
But wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day.
But you did return. Tell me, why?
I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
You got played again, Edgeworth. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk.
Ah, misdirection. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky.
Order. What's going on here?
Well, I'm asking for a beef and broccoli this time with extra rice, thank you.
And I'm asking for a General Tso's chicken? There's nope. Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. Hold on.
Taking a sip?
Taking a sip of my sip. Think back to this photograph! This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. This was exactly the opposite.
It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe.
That Jesus has his own planet?
Your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney general after this.
The fuck's that got to do with anything?
We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. The cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Again, threatening a legal representative in the court of law. Like a right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goody. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof? I'm thinking of every piece of evidence I got. Is there a way to access a phone call history?
Probably not. Because remember, all that blue button does is a redial.
And she called Emma.
And that doesn't likely give us any concrete proof there.
What is this?
I'm not sure. I think they may have been Dark's fingerprints.
I love how I can examine this. That's great.
Unfortunately, I don't think we have any concrete evidence right now.
Yeah, not right now. No, nothing concrete. Yeah, because I'm literally thinking of every single angle, but none definitively can prove he was the one to commit murder, unless we can somehow... The only thing I could think of is if we find his fingerprints on this switchblade. But then again, I remember his design. He's wearing fucking gloves.
Yeah.
Which we can pin to the idea that, you know, the fucking marks that were on fucking Gumshoe's thing were gloves. But to pin it on him on just that?
Yeah, no.
That's not concrete.
That wouldn't ride.
Okay. No. There's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble when you can't afford to lose, Righto.
No, it's bullshit. See, everybody always quits. 99% of people always quit just before they hit it big.
Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Haji, I'll leave the rest to you. We're not done yet, fucker. Not by anyone.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
What?
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. I mean, even if he got penalized, he still had plenty of, more points or meter.
Yeah, see, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's only one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
Lana, I need you to ball up and get your ass in here and start spilling. The lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... Lana, get your ass up here, ball up, and make a move.
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. at February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain person's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in...
Hold on.
Huh?
Oh, God damn it, not you again!
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
Again! Threats in a literal court of law.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Pretty sure that's what he's been hanging over her head for a long time.
Pretty much.
Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about.
Not to mention, I don't think, as far as I know, I could be wrong, I don't think it's illegal to threaten someone's job over court.
In a courtroom case like this would be considered coercion.
Fair enough. Okay.
Japanifornia apparently doesn't have this, but this would be considered legal coercion.
All right, fair enough.
And technically blackmail.
Yeah.
I've got a lunch date to meet.
What the fuck just happened?
Your sex partner is no longer attractive, huh? Swim partner.
No, I lost my chub already. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
You know, the only one who could probably convince Lana to say anything is if M threatens herself. Just saying, probably the case of just if Lana can be convinced by anything, it's Emma.
Oh, that's perfect.
What?
I didn't think about that.
What?
Remember how I would say like kings, queens, and non-binary royalty?
Yeah.
I think I have a better, like, shorter version of that.
Mm-hmm.
Lemperors.
Members?
Yeah.
Okay. I can see it.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
We're finishing this case today.
Yeah, this is the last part of the trial, and then we're done with the first game.
Yeah, thanks for your help, Ezra.
That chief? Here's something else, huh, pals?
He's a dick. He wouldn't survive American legal systems.
Nope. Well, I mean, he probably would thrive. Let's be real.
Not as someone like Phoenix was literally... I could see Gant going up against Legal Eagle, but Legal Eagle, I think, would actually put him in his place.
But that's assuming there's anyone within the police. Because remember, he's chief of police. Do you really think there'd be anybody that would try and... Especially with how corrupt American police are?
Fair enough. Detective Gumshoe.
Haha, I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now.
Where?
At your office. Huh? Huh?
Michaela, or someone remind me. When you're editing this, make sure to add, the bitch was too stunned to speak. My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top nutter girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
I mean, to be fair, he probably would prove to be a more useful asset, but that's just me. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now.
Maya didn't get paid.
Ah, you're right. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always has against the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
What are these risks if you know them so well? Risks? What do you mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
I mean, he forfeits his right to say anything too. Please let it be Emma. Emma? Emma! Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm so sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man! And she did it all just to protect me.
Not gonna lie, I probably would have done the same thing.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To allow Chief Gant's orders.
Follow it.
Oh, to follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have showed herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold.
It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr.
It wasn't an intentional, it was accidental, so technically it would be manslaughter. Would it be accidental manslaughter? No, there was no such thing. It would just be manslaughter. It wouldn't even be of the third degree. It would not even be murder of the third degree.
No, it's involuntary manslaughter.
Involuntary, yeah, it'd be involuntary manslaughter. So, and at this point, and if we're going, hey, I'm pulling this out of Japanifornication's, Japanifornia's book of state of, the statute of limitations. That case is done. Case is over.
Also, you had Red Hot Chili Peppers on the mind, didn't you?
Yep, dream of Californication. Which has a double entendre meaning. Okay.
I gotta listen to this song again.
Okay, Californication. Obviously, you're thinking
Yeah.
of the transforming it into California. Fornication.
Yeah, that didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the double entendre.
Okay.
Okay. Anyways. Close to self-defense, yes, but no, but yes at the same time. So basically, it would just have to be argued in a court of law whether or not it was grounds of involuntary manslaughter or not. So yeah.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief
We live in a society, pal.
Chief can't be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
He was holding her hostage with a weapon. It was self-defense. Okay. Dark was the one holding the hostage. She killed Marshall. That's the key. If it was Marshall holding her hostage, yes, it's self-defense. But Marshall was not the one being the aggressive. He was not the assaulting case. So technically, manslaughter.
Yeah. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
Let's do it. Come on. Let's finish this. This might be the longest Ace Attorney stream we got, but you know what? Fuck it.
No, I feel like when we finished Turnabout Goodbyes, like the last case, I think that was just about as long.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't know if you still have the VODs up on your channel or anything, but you can take a look back at those.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. This is the last part of the first game.
Let's do it.
Wee.
And I'm gonna try my best to hold myself back from entering the fifth dimension.
Please do. Did you want to finish your empanada?
No. Do you guys mind if I take like 1 minute to finish my empanada? It's literally like 2 bites.
Take your time with it, please.
Let me finish
Don't
my
rush it.
empanada.
I'll go on. Okay, you take your time.
Mm-hmm.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I have done these past 2 weeks.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. You want to hear the truth.
Of course.
I'm losing fucking track of my voices now.
The truth.
Lana! No matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
See, if I was that cunty of a little sister, though, I'd be like, if you don't testify the truth right the hell now, I'm gonna go commit a crime, and I will make sure I go to jail. So fucking tell the truth. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get to Grant.
Gant.
Yes, sorry. I keep putting an R there where it doesn't need to be there. Come on. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. You're full of shit.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana!
If this is true, that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
That's what I'm saying.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
What if she's telling the truth? She's not telling the truth. We all know it.
She's not. I know my own sister.
Quit reading my mind.
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay, fuckwit. I'm gonna have to beat your skull in with a frying pan.
You only gotta press one statement.
Okay, there's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated it all myself.
As for the frying pan,
You say you did this all by yourself? Yes.
would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
Yeah, please, enlighten us.
You can't. Can you? Because you didn't. Did you? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award was stuck in the victim's body. No, it wasn't. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Okay. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
Except you will. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with even more lies!
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. I need to know more about this. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why'd you move it? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my... Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
Except I smell some...
shit! Thank you.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar that shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Yeah, don't worry. Like, I also kind of read Dark as Drake as well.
Yeah. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. The jar has to be involved. It's a matter of the real jar or the drawing of the jar. Or the picture of the jar. I don't think it's the picture of the jar. I'm thinking it's the drawing of the jar. Well, hold on, let me see it. Okay. No, the drawing wouldn't do anything. It has to be the jar itself. It's unstable, sure. But how to confirm that?
Only way to find out.
Pieces of the jar that were shattered during the events threatened my plan.
How would there have been Emma written on it if it was already shattered?
That is fair.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring it to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, the message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar!
Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Sorry, just checking on the babies. Just tell us exactly what you saw.
We saw you paying attention to us! Give us attention!
We will soon. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, and so I was sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Okay.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The first may now begin his cross-examination.
Okay. No, you couldn't have. It was fucking dark! So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle the thing hadn't broken earlier.
Certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You are an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you'd investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally, I would have. But it was dark in the room, I didn't have time to check it out. Okay. Be safe, I wiped away the... With what? I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. So you knew it was on it, bitch. What else could I have done in that situation?
Anna!
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure... But how could you see with the power out?
Bullshit.
It should... Bullshit! It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and the camera with me.
Even I carry a bottle of emergency lumina wherever I go.
But it only lights up with blood, sweetie. I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
Did you though?
No, you didn't. No, you fucking... No! You fucking didn't! No! You fucking... I have to present this fucking thing again?!
Yeah.
I have to present this goddamn... You did not get every piece, motherfucker! Like, from one older sister to another, fucking stop!
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you weren't aware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In Chief Gant's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was... still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
Ace detective!
Damn, you took my joke. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Believe that?
Shh. It's okay, Judge.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that! There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
I'm just saying, you said no for no reason.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards?
We have a meowing kitty yelling at us.
I hope
Solve it! Hurry up and solve it!
I hope the mic isn't picking that up. Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her this aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Drake. Dark, I know. Sparing Emma. Therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. Ow!
No, I did it on my own.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief! I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake!
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type of like to twist the truth. Right.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
There's something wrong, Mr. Wright.
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
Oh. Oh, I've just spiraled into the potential fifth dimension.
Lay it on me.
Get you son of a bitch! Gant was the one who murdered people. And is blaming it on Emma because Emma has no reliable memory. Emma pushed someone,
fuck.
sure. But it was never confirmed whether or not she actually did push him into the knife. That's just something we said and she mentally accepted. However, if Gant got there first, then Gant might have turned off the lights, or if they went off, Gant used the advantage of the dark lights, and the reason why she may have seen the jar, again, he threw the fucking thing!
Oh no.
Gant set it all up and made Lana think Emma killed someone, or Emma might know the truth and is using, or Lana might know the truth, and Emma is the blackmails being like, if you don't, I'll make it look like Emma did it. And there's no way to prove that he did it because it has Emma's prints all over. It could 100% have been that Neil Marshall probably even didn't write the name. It was potentially Grant. Gant. Maybe Gant wrote it in it with Marshall's blood. All they have to do is get, while Marshall was alive, use his blood, smear it on the vase, break it over the fucking Dark's head to make him unconscious. And there you have your entire scene. You slippery son of a... If I have entered the fifth dimension and figured all this out, I don't know what I'll do. I have no money to treat myself, but I'll pat myself on the back really hard. But nonetheless. So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
I do remember knocking over Mr. But you don't remember Marshall landing on the fucking blade!
Miss Sky, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Alright, the witness may testify once more, for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it was all really a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. It's in the book, isn't it?
Something tells me it might be. But there's no way to check until we have to check it.
Pretty much. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Anna must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please bring us this picture.
I don't remember receiving any picture from Lana.
Anna said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem
I remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Give me. Open. Oh, wait. Nope, I thought I saw it. Wait. Because this can't be it. Oh, now that's... Oh, right.
Oh,
She brings with her a camera everywhere.
She does?
She says she brings a pocket light and a camera.
Oh, no.
Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh, no.
my. This is actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contact Criminal Affairs only after I had arranged everything. Honest picture inserted in the court record.
Mr. Wright! A piece cut off from his vest! Could that...
The leather vest that has her handprint on it. Well, if you found this, I
told her.
It's safe. What's this?
Why would we not tell her?
Because we don't know if she's... How involved is she? So it wasn't until the actual trial that we found that she was that she was truly the one who pushed Marshall. I agree that it was bad to not tell her, but would you really want to tell her, like, hey, by the way, we found this piece of evidence inside of a locker. It might be something very incriminating. Best be careful.
That cloth. It had fingerprints on it.
Because there's fingerprints there might be the real murderer. Do you want me to pause? What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm just fucking with voice mod anyway. Very well. Let arrest me now begin its cross-examination.
Alright. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit. And...
Come now, Ajay.
God damn it.
This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gunt.
What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too?
Yes.
If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Also, you can hear me just fine, right? Or no?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to make sure because I'm not hearing the thing from Discord. I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify, sister. That means you forfeited your right to make any sort of statement, to make statements of any sort.
Yep. They came with risks. You accepted those risks. Back the fuck up.
So shit it.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
So what? Think I'm worried?
Yes.
You wouldn't have appeared if you weren't.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
Pardon me 1 minute. I just need to remind myself of a certain rule set.
Oh, please, give me something that I can absolutely rub in your face with the back of my heel, sir. Please, I want to see this.
There would only be one reason I would get this book.
Give me that reason. No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over near Marshall, causing his death.
Oh, so you're equating a handprint to a push to a death rather than just a push. Do you have evidence that the push is what landed him on the spike? Or was it something else? Because I believe that requires conclusive evidence as well.
Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
I show that piece of evidence now. I'm as sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
So I knew now. I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? One that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
So double verify. Would this piece of evidence be considered part of Rule 1, as it needs the approval of the police department? Oh, wait! Couldn't we use that statement of his against him? Being that he can't make statements, so he can't necessarily approve the use of such evidence. Plus, number one, he can't make any statements, so he can't necessarily approve for the police department of this evidence. 2, this leather piece is not relevant to the case on trial, the case on trial being...
Yeah, this is one of those 3 steps ahead moment.
I'm 3 steps ahead?
Yeah.
So I should attempt to conceal it for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you did, it would have been an automatic game over.
Your Honor, I do not have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant? Sorry.
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside! A conclusive evidence!
Is that so? Evidence that you hid in your safe?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why did you show them? We found it together!
Oh, it's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it, that's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like... Oops, sorry.
Looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence.
And you have conclusive evidence, and you just verified it with your own verbal statement that you were concealing evidence.
This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Did someone make a fucky wucky?
I think someone made a fucky wucky.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer.
Not with that attitude.
I'll tell you what really happened.
Oh, so you're revoking your right to not testify.
Right? What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene. It would then occur to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana.
I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. That's when she saw the crime scene. She would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst.
I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck.
See this jaw fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lot to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they?
That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come now, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
No?
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it, then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all.
But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
I would like you to recall the exact words that I use. I do not have any evidence to present at that moment, Your Honor. Words matter in this courtroom.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, victory is mine.
I still can't show it. I'm wondering if I still cannot show it.
You can now.
I'm wondering, because if I do okay. Logically, it would still fall under relevant to the case on trial. It technically is unregistered.
But this piece of cloth is relevant, let's be real.
Shall be shown without the approval, and technically he did approve. Alright, let's play.
Your Honor, I do have the evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Does it have to be the cloth?
What else could it be?
That's what I'm thinking in every piece of evidence that potentially...
I could just be like, this picture, it's a picture of you, because you did it.
Look at this photograph.
It has to be the piece of cloth, just as a confirmation.
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes.
At last, you finally brought it out to the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean? It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho ho ho. You are slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Why am I leaning towards Gantz? I'm like, no, the fingerprints that we found were of Emma. But we did just ask the question, you touched the leather and cut it out yourself. Just to confirm, it's Emma?
Take that!
Emma? Emma Sky?
They're mine?
Sorry, Emma.
But why didn't you tell me?
Good question.
Oh ho ho ho! You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along. You still tried to pin the murder on me.
Oh, we still will. Don't worry about that. Bitch.
We never said that she killed him. We simply said that she pushed him.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
Are we certain that the push is what killed him? How could you monster!
Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only for this trial, but your career, too.
Motherfucker, when did I ever assume that the push was what killed him? Besides, with a jump like that so high, a motherfucker would have to be that tall in order to be able to push him to his death. A little girl pushing him like that probably wouldn't have gotten him too far.
Not only that, but there is a contradiction on the cloth.
You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy.
Can I get a word in now?
What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Bitch, when did I blame her? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was in the sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool blabbing about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Like, I'm surprised it took me this long to figure it out, too. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Okay. I need to think real hard about this. Wait.
There it is.
Oh, you beautiful son of a bitch!
Atta girl.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
Proof that your scheming ass knows how to clean up pretty fucking well. I wonder, how much bleach would one need to get blood out of leather?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath.
That's the judge.
Oh, sorry!
Yes, it's fine. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood in his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's solely natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
I don't see any blood on there, do you?
Except only just a handprint. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she did shove the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the honor's sword? Oh my god, I can't believe I was right. I can't believe my bitch ass was right. Oh my god, I can't believe my bitch ass was right.
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Alana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Though, through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. No! I can't scream it. It's finally all over.
Really? Truly? A face like yours, sweating and pouting? Like a puppy dog with his tail between his legs? It's mildly cute. To the extent that I want to kick your face in. With a high heel stiletto. Interesting.
It was close, Wright. You almost had me.
I don't know, looks like I kinda have you now.
You'll have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations.
What do you mean, you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Sir,
Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, G? Earlier, old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. And what's your excuse, Wright? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I do not have any evidence that I can present at this point in time.
no, sir, you already approved it. You had to
Well,
give your
that's-
approval.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair!
Ooh, did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh on you, son.
Sir?
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It's legal.
It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not. I admit, I refuse to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It is not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Budgie. Don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. In Smash! Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Handy dandy book!
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
See what I mean? 3 steps ahead.
What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Miss Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
The point, sir. Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you!
I can't laugh right now, but...
Oh god, oh god!
Oh, Jesus!
The fucking sound of this.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, and then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll only lose my chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. And all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my mistake.
Quick question. I'm sorry to just bring this off the rails, but when you started the game, was it on my profile or yours?
Mine. But
Okay,
the settings of your Switch affect my account.
Right. Okay. No, that explains why when we first started, why my save file wasn't on there. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. It just occurred to me.
Yeah.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Fuck you. Leaving prosecution's cards aside. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had just as much to lose if I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker?
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same.
Not even close.
Not even close.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Archie.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Devin I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example of 2 others in the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Archie. Thanks for all the memories, though.
Thanks for all the fish.
Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright-o here. And Worthy. With these 2 around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
This man. This unhinged man.
There are 2 things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
Right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up till today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have. For a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar.
I was worried that the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edward.
Stop it. I only did my job.
Give a little quash.
You're in light of this case. It seems to go self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes. I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
We
Why
say
don't
as
you
we close
fucking
the
know it?
breach 1 a.m.
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty.
Yay!
That is all. Court is adjourned. Finally, goddamn.
Fuck!
Like, y'all can hear how deep my voice got over the course of this stream.
At long last, it's finally over.
Emma?
Now what?
Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she isn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too. But Wanda didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
You do it one more time, I'm taking all of your brain cells away.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Make it the check. This is literally word for word. Make it send around doing on top of that. You call me Harrison, Happy Peter, who knows? Hey, line up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Gumshoe!
Shouldn't you be You know what? Let's make it an even 15. 3 more brain cells for you. Even 15. That was very sweet of you. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
You deserve those 3. You're not at 15. You're now at 15 brain cells. Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. Now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me!
No. I turned my back on you that day. And hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma. I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize! I'm happy now.
You're happy.
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have!
Oh, Emma. Emma.
Oh, God damn it!
Oh, fuck! No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. It is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. Oh. At least, that's what I felt, watching the 2 sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you have done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday.
But before that, how about the matter of payment?
Right? Is that right? Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here.
I'd imagine she's like hiding behind a tree, but still sticking out so obviously.
Right? Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Bye.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gale was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we are the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I planned to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
Well, your weapon could be just like you going in with a better mindset and better skill set at your disposal. But Edgeworth.
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. Was this a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something neither Edgeworth or I have been able to find on our own.
Hey, look at my badge. Look at my badge. See, look at my badge.
Well... I mean...
I'm gonna just say it so we can move on.
Yeah.
The evidence list.
Oh, right. You had the other half of it.
Take that!
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Ed.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe my things too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth. I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
I'd better be going too.
Okay, but but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, it's a little something for you.
Scientific investigation!
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis! I will!
Farewell, Anna. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
Way to go, detective! I didn't know you had a wild side!
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
I'm going... No, no, no. Sweet moment. No, no, no. I'm not gonna... No, no.
You won't, I will.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Thank you, Mr. Wright,
Also,
you're the best!
A boot for good measure.
And one for Jenny and the Wolf. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Would it sound anything like, hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea! Come on, keep going, guys, let's go!
Objection!
Oh my god. Woo! It is 1:00 fucking clock. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top corner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back into the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. That's sweet. 9 hours. Holy shit. Almost 10.
Well, it's 10 now that, you always start like 10 minutes before the hour.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Ah, that was a roller coaster. That was indeed a roller coaster.
Yikes. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
Did they reduce your pay, though?
Most likely, I'm pretty sure.
Jesus.
Well, no, they said they overlooked it, so...
Fair enough.
He's probably still at the, bottom of the barrel pay.
But this was so good!
So yeah, including Rise from the Ashes, what did you think of the first game?
Well, first of all, Megan.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. I mean, I thought you were... Whatever. My part is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective.
Then you can be like Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir, that would be like Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah. This is good. This is a really good game. Would I rank it as top of my, mystery games list? Probably not. But it's a good, in my top... Fuck that thing. In my good, top 5. I'll label it as a top 5.
Now, what about, just in terms of visual novels?
Oh, visual novels is great.
Yeah, because let's be real. The Phoenix Wright is...
Oh.
It's a visual novel.
Yeah, it is a visual novel. I think it's a visual novel. It's really, really good. I mean, it is a classic for a reason, and people love it for a reason. I can see why.
What is it? Can't you see him having me a showdown with a snake partner, Miss Star? Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina a backer smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Oh. The badger died. Yep, the badger had to die. But yeah, I would say top 5 mystery games. Visual novels, I would say like top 4. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. A farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. A fair enough point.
Turnabout.
Very well thought of. Very well done. Very great. They very great crimes. Of course, I'm gonna get frustrated at them, but that's not in judgment of like why it's ranked anywhere on my list.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr.
Oh
Left?
my lord.
Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be. Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
But yeah, I would say, even though the cases frustrated me, they were still enjoyable. They were obviously not my, like, cup of tea half the time, because it very much showed you have to be as slow as the characters in order for you to be able to progress without stepping 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, especially in your case, you know, Miss Author and, like, Mystery Fanatic.
Nothing soothes a soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
Oh, Miss Maya.
But yeah, like I was saying, it's like, you know, in your case, you have experience with not only just enjoying mystery stories, but writing them too.
Yeah.
So of course, you already know like the subtle hints that kind of give things away.
Yeah. Obviously, there are things that I obviously will miss, but that's with every mystery genre that I've touched on new. Like, I've 100% fucking, let's remember, double string theory. The double string theory. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, hi.
Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Is this probably the hint of investigations, most likely?
Maybe? Who knows?
But yeah, it's like, it's a great story, great series, 100%. But I think it's not challenging for me in terms of like mega challenge.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Oh, am I okay? Are you gonna open it? Oh, oh no! Oh, that is too sweet. Oh my god. Very good job. This was very enjoyable, very worth my time. And I can't wait to start Justice for All.
One other question is...
Yeah?
Did we want to start that next week, or do we want to return to Umineko?
I would like to return to Umineko if that is alright. If that is alright.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Cool. But, wow. Yeah, what will happen is we are still behind on Umineko's Chapter 2. So we may return to Umineko, and we'll probably go back to Twitch. Because obviously, I don't want to get pinged in here. I mean, I could try, but I again, the dangers of getting pinged.
Yeah, especially with how still busted the fucking copyright system is.
Yeah. Recap again, yeah. At the beginning of the Umineko stream, there will be a 30-minute recap.
of what happened in the chapter and all this stuff, obviously. But after that is going to be going straight in. Like, there will be no, like, hey, let's talk about this. And I was like, no, we're going straight in after the recap. Okay?
Yeah, again, with how long Umineko is. Oof.
Yeah. So, again, thank you so much for joining me. Tomorrow will be Love in Deep Space. Tomorrow will be Love in Deep Space. And then, obviously, over the weekend. And then next week, we'll still determine a schedule. There's a specific date I want you to keep in mind. Keep the 15th in mind. Just keep it in mind. Either the 15th or the 22nd. One of the two. 15th or the 22nd. I would say more the 22nd, but I want to jump for the 15th. Just keep it in mind. Keep it in mind. No reason at all. Just keep it in mind. No reason. Okay. Thanks everyone for coming. Have wonderful dreams, and I will see you all next time. Love you all. Bye!